Chapter 23:27. This Emperor Heaven Valley did not live up to its name and was of no use to Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yi Jinghan to lie to him. This was something that Yang Kai was confident of. Ever since he met Yi Jinghan, she had always been extremely careful and respectful towards him. How could she lie to him about such a matter? The only explanation was that the Emperor Heaven Valley did indeed possess emperor intent, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the sea had changed into mulberry fields. Anything could happen. Yang Kai stood in place and felt vexed for a while. However, when he recalled that he had collected so many spirit grasses and spirit medicines, it was not a complete waste. On the contrary, he had gained quite a lot, so he no longer felt conflicted. This valley was filled with a strange fragrance, clearly showing that there were quite a few spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Since he had already arrived at this place, Yang Kai did not plan to give up and started to search within the valley. Not long after, Yang Kai's harvest was huge. After he collected a dark red fruit from a fruit tree that was half the height of a person, he was about to stuff it into his space ring. All of a sudden, he seemed to have discovered something and released his divine sense to investigate the fruit. After a while, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He recognized this fruit. It was a Tao Source grade high-rank spirit fruit, the vermilion bird fruit, the main ingredient for refining the vein cleansing pill. After consuming it, it could help cleanse the meridians of a cultivator, causing their cultivation to become pure. It would have been fine if that was all, but the key point was that Yang Kai could clearly detect a trace of principal strength from the vermilion bird fruit. No matter how high the grade of a Tao Source grade spirit fruit was, it was impossible for it to give birth to principal strength. This made him extremely shocked. After a while, he sensed it carefully. Yang Kai discovered that the principal strength nurtured within the vermilion bird fruit had already taken shape. There was a faint feeling of emperor intent. All of a sudden, Yang Kai raised his brow, and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Could it be?" As though he had thought of something, he hurriedly took out the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that he had collected from his space ring and carefully examined them. After a stick of incense worth of time, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face as he understood what was going on. This was the Emperor Heaven Valley. A long time ago, there was indeed a rich emperor's will, which could allow the cultivator to comprehend and cultivate within, laying the foundation for advancing to the emperor realm. However, this emperor intent had been completely absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the past tens of thousands of years. Now, the emperor intent had completely merged with the spirit grasses and spirit herbs and could no longer be separated. Almost all of the spirit herbs he had collected in this mountain valley contained emperor intent, like the vermilion bird fruit. On the contrary, some of the medicinal herbs he had collected before coming here did not have such characteristics. It was clear at a glance. After understanding this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. He had never even heard of a spirit grass or spirit medicine that contained emperor intent, let alone seeing such a thing. If they were refined into elixirs, there would definitely be remnants of the emperor's will in the elixir, which would then be consumed by the cultivator. It would definitely allow the cultivator to clearly comprehend the rule power within. This method, it was much more effective than comprehending the emperor intent in the Emperor Heaven Valley. This was because the comprehension in the Emperor Heaven Valley was only external comprehension. However, if one consumed an elixir that contained emperor intent, they would comprehend it from within the body. Every piece of flesh, every inch of meridians would be involved. It would obviously allow the cultivator to comprehend it more clearly. Only a special place like the Emperor Heaven Valley could produce such unique spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Yang Kai could imagine that once the elixir refined from these herbs entered the astral boundary, it would definitely cause the cultivator in the third order Tao source realm to break their heads. The medicinal effects and effects of the elixir itself were already secondary. For those who were stuck at the peak of the third order Tao source realm, for the cultivator who had been unable to advance, the emperor intent and rule power contained within were the most important. He was overjoyed and secretly felt that his greatest gain from this trip might be the herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley. Without any hesitation, he immediately began a thorough search. He decided not to let any of the spirit herbs go. As long as they were mature, he had to collect them all. The valley wasn't big. However, no one had cared about it for tens of thousands of years. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual influence of heaven and earth, many spirit herbs were nurtured. Yang Kai searched inch by inch. After busying himself for an entire day, he finally finished searching the entire valley. All the spirit herbs were kept by him. In order to distinguish them from the ones that he had collected previously, Yang Kai purposely placed these spirit herbs in a separate place. He was prepared to refine them into elixirs as soon as possible after this trip, the emperor intent contained within. Now that the spirit herbs had been collected, Yang Kai was worried that the emperor intent would gradually dissipate if he didn't refine them as soon as possible. Sister Hua should be very interested in those elixirs. With the help of those elixirs, her progress in advancing to the emperor realm would definitely be much faster. One day later, Yang Kai stood in front of a cave with a grave expression. Previously, when he was searching for spirit herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley, he had discovered this cave. However, he didn't have the time to carefully explore it. Only after all the spirit herbs had been collected did he have the time to investigate it. This cave seemed to be naturally formed, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that it had been artificially modified. However, the person who had modified it was very skilled. Coupled with the fact that it had been here for a long time, it wasn't easy to notice. He didn't know if it had been modified by the Thousand Leaves sex disciples who came here to cultivate tens of thousands of years ago, but in any case, Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this cave. He instinctively felt that there was something incredible hidden in this cave. However, on his way here, he hadn't even seen a single monster beast, so he wasn't too worried. This sealed world wasn't very big. Since it was a place where Thousand Leaves sex disciples cultivated tens of thousands of years ago, there shouldn't be any life-threatening dangers here. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before walking into the cave. The cave was dimly lit. The walls of the cave were originally inlaid with strange stones used for illumination, but after so many years, those stones had lost their effectiveness. The air wasn't turbid, and it was even very dry. Yang Kai hadn't walked for long when his nose suddenly twitched a few times. He smelled a strange smell coming from the front. This smell was unpleasant, and even a little stinky, like the smell of a dead fish. This caused him to furrow his brow. Logically speaking, with the world chi in this sealed world being so dense, all living things should be growing well, so it was impossible for such a stinky smell to appear. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. In that instant, his vision blurred, and his footsteps became a little weak. He couldn't help but stagger. Poison? Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly pushed his source chi to protect himself. At the same time, he hurriedly took out a fruit from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. This fruit was an emperor-grade spirit pill and was extremely valuable. It was also something he had collected in this sealed world. However, at this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less. He was very interested in this cave, so if he wanted to explore it further, he could only eat this spirit fruit to resist the poison. After swallowing the spirit fruit and circulating his source chi, Yang Kai felt much better and continued forward. The further in he went, the more obvious the stench became. Not only that, but the poison in the air also seemed to become more and more intense. Yang Kai felt that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He didn't know what kind of poison this was, but even he was powerless to resist it. If this poison was already so strong, Wouldn't he die if he came into contact with the source of the poison? As such, he secretly decided that if he didn't find anything after a while, he would immediately retreat. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a ray of light not far in front of him. This caused his expression to brighten, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After a short while, he suddenly arrived at an even larger cave. Inside this cave, a strange shining stone was embedded in the cave wall. Even after so many years, it still exuded a bright light, illuminating everything in this cave. Yang Kai's gaze swept around and soon fixed on a certain spot, and he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He found a shriveled corpse sitting on the spot. It was obvious that this corpse had been dead for many years. There was not the slightest bit of vitality in its body. Even its flesh was withered beyond recognition. It was only skin and bones. Its eyes were sunken, and its hair was messy and lusterless, like withered grass. However, the clothes he was wearing were somewhat familiar. Yang Kai looked at him for a while and immediately remembered that Yi Hen's clothes were somewhat similar to his. This caused him to raise his brow as he suddenly understood the identity of this dead person in front of him. This guy was obviously the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter the sealed world. It was him who had brought the countless secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect into this place, causing the inheritance of Thousand Leaves sect to be severed. It was definitely him who had destroyed the array base platform of the sealed world, causing the entrance to close. This person was definitely the main culprit behind the decline of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai didn't know why he had done this, but since he was already dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't a member of Thousand Leaves sect, so he didn't need to care about this. He had only entered the sealed world to repair the array base platform. So discovering the corpse of this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago was just an accident. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "I have mistakenly entered Senior's resting place and didn't mean to disturb. Please forgive me, Senior." He muttered to himself for a while before stepping forward. Yang Kai didn't know what this Thousand Leaves sect senior was doing before he died, but he discovered a huge spirit array pattern under his buttocks that was extremely mysterious. Beside his corpse, there was also a pile of ores and other strange artifact refining materials. These materials were of extremely high grade, at least Tao source grade, and there was no lack of Emperor grade materials. If an artifact refiner was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Yang Kai didn't have much of a reaction, because no matter how precious these materials were, they would be refined and devoured by his embodiment once they reached his hands. To him, it was only a matter of quantity. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai walked forward and quickly collected the materials scattered on the ground, throwing them all into the sealed world bead and shoving them to his embodiment, allowing it to deal with them on its own. Next, Yang Kai's gaze was attracted by the space ring on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely a master from the Emperor realm before he died, most likely a third-order Emperor realm master. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could there not be anything good in this space ring? If Yang Kai's guess was right, the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect were definitely in this ring. Chapter 23-28. Yang Kai was quite interested in the many secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. After all, they were all related to the Tao of puppetry, a part of the territory that he had never come into contact with before. Now that these secret arts and secret techniques were in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally tempted. However, he also secretly made up his mind that he would only study them for a while before returning them to Yi Hen. He had no intention of taking them for himself. Thinking so, Yang Kai held his breath and reached out to grab the ring on the corpse's finger. But at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he tapped his foot and floated backwards, putting some distance between him and the corpse. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as he saw a scene that made his soul fly out of his body. The spirit array under the corpses, but suddenly hummed and bloomed with a dazzling light, as if it had been activated for some unknown reason. Immediately after, circles of runes appeared on the surface of the corpse's body, outlining a mysterious spirit array. The dried-up corpse's surface suddenly glowed with a metallic luster. Kong, the spirit array inexplicably activated, and a series of crackling sounds rang out from the corpse's body. A pair of eyes that had been closed for who knows how many years suddenly opened. The pair of eyes glowed with a dark green color, like two flickering the wisps, causing one to feel intimidated just by looking at them. The powerful aura of the Emperor realm suddenly spread out from the corpse and hit Yang Kai like a tangible object. Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, causing him to feel extremely stifled. He knew that the situation was bad. The corpse in front of him, which had been dead for who knows how many years, had most likely developed its own sentience. It had become a corpse spirit. Back on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had encountered this type of monster. At that time, the corpse spirit clan had appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. Countless cultivators were infected by corpse poison and transformed into one of them. In the end, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and killed this disaster. But at that time, the most powerful corpse spirit clan member was only a 1,000-year corpse general. Their cultivation was only at the origin returning realm, which was completely incomparable to this corpse spirit. The one in front of him was a true 10,000 years corpse king. Moreover, it was the 10,000-year-old undead king of the Emperor realm. The Emperor's will that enveloped him was definitely not fake. Thinking so, Yang Kai's entire body was soaked in sweat. Knowing that the situation was not optimistic, he didn't dare hesitate, space principles swirling around his body as he tried to escape from the cave. In an instant, his figure blurred. However, before he could escape from the cave, the corpse king that had been sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened its mouth and let out an extremely sharp and ruthless howl. It was unknown what kind of strange power was contained in that howl, but it rushed out in all directions and transformed into an invisible cage that suppressed this part of the world. Yang Kai's body stiffened. The blurry figure reappeared. His expression changed drastically. Knowing that his space divine technique had been easily broken by the other party, how could he dare to be careless? In a hurry, he could only rush out. The corpse king's ghostly eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at him. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark green aura. Corpse poison. Yang Kai cried out in shock, finally understanding what the stench he had smelled when he entered the cave was. That stench was obviously the corpse king's corpse poison. Only a trace of it had diffused from its body, but just a trace was enough to cause him to show signs of being poisoned and dizzy. If he accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it, he was afraid he would immediately die. Trembling in fear, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe, fully urging his source chi to form a protective barrier around his body as he retreated like an arrow released from a bow. He was fast, but the corpse poison was not slow in the slightest, following closely behind him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with him and slammed into his protective source chi. With a series of crackling sounds, the source chi on the surface of Yang Kai's body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, melting a large hole in it. It was completely unable to resist. The corpse poison followed the gap in his defense and entangled him. How could it have such a powerful corrosive power? Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. At this critical moment, his eyes widened as he stretched out his hand, pushing his space force to the limit as he shouted, "Exile!" Under the effect of principle, A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, swallowing all the corpse poison. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed out of the cave and returned to the mountain valley. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, a beast-like roar came from the cave. The violent and cruel aura belonging to the Corpse King quickly approached, and the inside of the cave also shook and the gravel pattered down. What kind of enmity is this? Yang Kai wore a bitter expression, knowing that he had made a fool of himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the cave to take a look and ended up provoking such a monster. There was no need to fight, as Yang Kai knew that he was no match for the Corpse King. The only thing he could do now was to escape to the array-based platform of this sealed world as soon as possible, repair it, and then teleport out. But repairing it would take time. No matter how deep his attainments in the Tao of Space were, he still needed to smelt some materials to repair the sword mark. This time would be enough for the Corpse King to kill him 100 times over. This was a Corpse King transformed from the corpse of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In the end, Kai Yang didn't know how strong he was. Asterisk, Hong, asterisk with a loud bang. The Corpse King's figure rushed out of the cave, the spirit array on its body constantly circulating, exuding a strange light. As soon as it appeared in front of Yang Kai, its pair of fangs exuding a cold light as it ruthlessly punched towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned pale. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this simple punch, but it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, he could only summon his myriad sword and pour his source chi into it as he shouted, "Myriad sword, one man holds the pass." This sword was the most powerful defensive sword of the myriad sword. Yang Kai had used it several times before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The sword curtain spread out, leaving behind afterimages, forming a solid barrier in front of Yang Kai. The countless sword chi was like an impregnable fortress, blocking any storm that came at Yang Kai. Asterisk Hong, asterisk the Corpse King's fist smashed down. And the sword curtain that Yang Kai had used all his strength to create was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly smashed to pieces by the fist. An indescribable power came from the front, making Yang Kai feel as if a mountain was crushing down on him. In front of this power, his second-order Tao Source realm cultivation was as insignificant as an ant. "I'll die." This inexplicable thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. No matter how strong his physique was, no matter how powerful his source chi was, if he really took this punch, he would die without a doubt. This was an unreasonable intuition, but Kai Yang believed in it without a doubt. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai forced himself to circulate his space principles, allowing himself to teleport back slightly, avoiding the center of this punch's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport away and completely avoid this punch, but under the suppression of his opponent's emperor intent, he was powerless. This was his limit. A loud explosion rang out, as if even space itself had been shattered. Two cracking sounds rang out from Yang Kai's body as two of his ribs were broken. He was sent flying backwards like a ragged sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura had also withered by quite a bit. With a thud, Yang Kai landed on the ground, but quickly got up, clutching his chest with his hand, as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After just one exchange of blows, Yang Kai knew that this Corpse King was ridiculously strong. If his opponent were to follow up with another attack at this time, it would definitely make his situation even worse. However, what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that after the Corpse King sent him flying, it actually stood in place and didn't move again. Its pair of ghastly eyes continued to flicker, and its dull expression began to change, becoming more and more terrifying. What is he doing? Although Yang Kai was puzzled, this was what he wanted to see, so he hurriedly took out some healing pills from his space ring, threw them into his mouth, and took this opportunity to adjust his condition. He didn't dare to act rashly, lest his actions agitate the Corpse King and cause him to miss a good opportunity to rest. While adjusting his condition, Yang Kai also paid close attention to the Corpse King's movements. He found that after the Corpse King left the cave, the corpse poison in its body began to spread around. The vegetation in the mountain valley, which had survived for tens of thousands of years, turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye as soon as it came into contact with the corpse poison, showing just how potent the corpse poison was. However, Yang Kai also noticed something strange. That was, this 10,000-year Corpse King didn't seem to have any consciousness. This made Yang Kai puzzled. The corpse spirits he encountered on Shadowed Star were able to think independently after just 1,000 years. So why couldn't this Corpse King, who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, the array diagrams on the surface of his body were also very eye-catching. The metallic luster on his withered body was extremely strange, as if his body was really made of metal and not withered flesh and blood. Observing this, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bulged as a creepy thought involuntarily popped up in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "A corpse puppet?" Although Yang Kai hadn't studied the Tao of puppetry much, after cultivating for so many years, he had heard some things about it. Ordinary puppets were naturally refined using various precious treasures and special techniques. The puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, as well as the ones Yang Kai encountered in the Flowing Time Temple, were all of this type. However, there was another type of puppet that wasn't refined using precious treasures, but rather the body of a cultivator. A powerful cultivator's body was the best material for refining puppets. Their compact body structure, powerful cultivation, and willpower before death were not things that could be replaced by simple precious treasures. There were some evil cultivators who were extremely keen on refining the corpses of powerhouses into puppets and controlling these puppets to kill enemies for them. Moreover, after being refined into puppets, these cultivators could still retain a large portion of their cultivation and divine abilities from when they were alive, allowing them to display extremely powerful combat strength. Chapter 23-29. This kind of evil cultivator had a strong fondness for digging up the graves of masters, because every master's corpse could be used as a source of strength in their hands. It was also because of this that this kind of cultivator was hated by everyone, no matter where they went. The technique of refining corpse puppets was definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques, an existence that was not allowed to be touched. But even so, this kind of situation was unavoidable. No matter when and where, there would always be people who were willing to risk universal condemnation and go against the law. Yang Kai never imagined that a sect like Thousand Leaves sect would actually have someone who dabbled in the technique of refining corpse puppets. The fact that the Corpse King in front of him had no consciousness was one thing, but more importantly, the spirit array patterns on the surface of its body, coupled with its obviously metallic body, made it obvious that this person had been refined into a corpse puppet. Furthermore, it was a corpse puppet of the Emperor Realm's level. Who could actually refine such a powerful cultivator into a corpse puppet without any consciousness? Yang Kai was extremely shocked in his heart. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss. According to Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation had entered the sealed world by himself. After that, the entrance to the sealed world had been closed. In other words, there was no one else other than the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation who had entered this place over the past tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai also did not find any traces of the existence of a second person. What's more, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. So who had the ability to refine him into a corpse puppet? Could it be that he had refined himself into a corpse puppet? Thinking of this, Kai Yang suddenly jumped in fright. If that was really the case, it could only mean that the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation's attainments in the Tao of puppetry were unparalleled. Furthermore, He had an unswerving determination and willpower that surpassed ordinary people. After all, just the thought of refining himself into a corpse puppet was horrifying. How much unbearable pain must he have endured during the entire process? But for some unknown reason, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation seemed to have failed, causing him to fall here, and his corpse gradually became like the one in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This was only Yang Kai's conjecture, but he felt that it was not far from the truth. Just as his mind was racing, the struggling zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, its ghastly eyes bursting with cold light. Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have broken free from some kind of restriction and was about to kill him. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, the corpse puppet had already appeared in front of him in a flash. Once again, it swung its terrifying fist at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits, even though this corpse puppet had no intelligence. His fighting style was very monotonous, and there were no changes. He only knew how to hit people with his fists. However, as the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. With just one punch from him, Yang Kai was already unable to resist. That fist intent was ferocious. It was a perfect example of the strength of the Emperor realm. The vortex of energy was almost visible to the naked eye, as if it wanted to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. The golden dragon shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed into his body. With a cracking sound, Yang Kai's 2 arms suddenly transformed into dragon claws. His exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. Not only that, but his spine also suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Pure dragon aura spread out, and his spine was like a huge dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. Yang Kai had displayed his dragon transformation secret technique to the extreme. He had refined the dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon bead, 3 secret artifacts of the dragon body. Coupled with his incomparably powerful physique, his strength rose sharply. But this was not the end. At the same time as he displayed his dragon transformation, Yang Kai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. In an instant, a 5-colored light bloomed around his body as the power of the 5 elements surged out. His hands crossed in front of him as he assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to attack. In front of his opponent's powerful strength, Kai Yang felt like he was a small boat in a storm, swaying unsteadily. The violent winds and waves could capsize him at any time. Kong. The corpse puppet's fist smashed down, causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled as a cracking sound rang out from his arms. Both of his dragon claws were broken and twisted beyond recognition. At the same time, his body was sent flying by a powerful force, making his already unhealed injuries even worse. This was the result of him activating his dragon transformation secret technique to defend himself. If he had been caught off guard, Yang Kai estimated that he would have been reduced to dust in an instant. He thoroughly experienced the strength of this corpse puppet in front of him. Flying in the air, Yang Kai endured the piercing pain, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Come out!" As soon as his words fell, a huge figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a rumbling sound, shaking the earth. The embodiment appeared. As soon as he appeared, before he could figure out where he was and what danger Yang Kai had encountered, his whole body stiffened. He could feel the violent aura emanating from the corpse puppet, which was so powerful that it almost made him lose his will to fight. However, every time he appeared, it was when Yang Kai was facing a strong enemy, so he recovered from the shock in an instant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, who was flying through the air, in the palm of his hand. Cough, cough. Yang Kai knelt on the palm of the embodiment, constantly coughing up blood, his face pale. Master Lu Yen also appeared with the embodiment. At first sight of Yang Kai's miserable appearance, her beautiful face turned pale, and she immediately came to Yang Kai's side and helped him up with concern. What the hell is this? The embodiment's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the source of the corpse puppet, who was as small as an ant but whom he didn't dare to underestimate. His voice trembled slightly. Corpse puppet. Yang Kai stood up and explained. A third-order Emperor, realm corpse puppet. What? The embodiment and Lu Yen both paled, their souls fluctuating violently. After a long while, the embodiment said bitterly, "How did you provoke this monster?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he shook his wrist. With two crisp cracking sounds, his dislocated wrist was reconnected. Looking down, the flesh on his wrist was torn apart, and the white bones could be clearly seen. It was obvious how much damage the corpse puppet's punch had caused him. Fortunately, he had the dragon transformation secret technique and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and with the help of his strong physique and golden blood, such injuries were not enough to affect him. "It's coming!" the embodiment suddenly shouted. As he spoke, the corpse puppet leaped up from where he stood, rushed in front of the embodiment, and threw a punch at him. The difference between the corpse puppet and the embodiment was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was as insignificant as a blade of grass in front of a big tree. But the punch made the embodiment take it seriously. He didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. At this critical moment, he also threw a punch forward. The huge fist collided with the small figure, producing an earth-shattering sound. The force of the explosion swept out and created a violent wind. The body of the embodiment flew back like a mountain. It danced in the air for a while, looking very clumsy. After taking a direct hit from the embodiment, the corpse puppet was obviously not unscathed. It crashed into the mountain wall behind it at a speed faster than the embodiment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a short while, there was a loud bang and a human-shaped hole was smashed into the mountain wall. The corpse puppet was embedded in it, with the corpse puppet as the center. Countless cracks like a spider web appeared around the mountain wall, and gravel fell down. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe his eyes. He was well aware of just how powerful the Avatar was. The Avatar was born by fusing with an entire floating continent. Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still possessed the power of a world and its own essence. In other words, every blow of the embodiment was the power of a world. With his current strength, he could easily kill the Emperor realm if he were hit head-on. But the corpse puppet didn't suffer much damage after taking a blow, and was only knocked into the mountain wall. How tough was the corpse puppet's body? Not only that, his blow actually sent the embodiment flying. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. "Lu Yen!" Yang Kai shouted. Lu Yen already knew what to do without his instructions. Her delicate body swayed and turned into the form of a fire bird. She spread her wings and pounced in front of the corpse puppet. After a crisp cry, she opened her mouth and spat out raging flames toward the corpse puppet. Lu Yan's flames were extremely complicated. There was her own earth core fire, heavenly thunder fire, blue ice fire, real sun fire, and many other strange flames. There was also the Holy Spirit Wanfeng's world-extinguishing black flame mixed in. Her flames were extremely dangerous. With a single mouthful, the mountain wall melted, turning into red magma. Steam rose from it as it slid downwards. The embodiment's world force punch couldn't do anything to the corpse puppet, but Lu Yan's flames seemed to have caused a lot of damage to it. Soon, a series of low growls and roars came from the raging flames, as if it was in great pain. Immediately afterward, An angry roar rang out, and a dark green light emerged from the flames, pushing forward against the flames. Yang Kai was shocked. He found that the corpse puppet was spitting out corpse poison, which was on par with Lu Yan's flames. Not only that, it seemed to be even stronger. For a moment, the green corpse poison and the red flames collided in midair and were in a stalemate. But Yang Kai knew that this was just a temporary illusion. Once the corpse puppet broke free, Lu Yan would be no match for it. Although she followed him and had many adventures, she was still too weak. Even if a third-order Emperor realm corpse puppet had lost its consciousness, it wasn't something she could deal with. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that this corpse puppet had lost its mind. Otherwise, with its cultivation and the divine technique it had mastered before its death, even if the three of them attacked it together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Chapter 23:30. No. Yang Kai suddenly realized something, and his expression changed slightly. A real corpse puppet should have some divine technique or secret technique from when it was alive. But Yang Kai hadn't seen the corpse puppet in front of him use any powerful techniques. All of its attacks were straightforward, and it only used its fists to attack. If it was forced into a corner, it would only spit out corpse poison. It didn't seem to have the powerful characteristics of a corpse puppet. This corpse puppet is flawed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. In other words, this corpse puppet was only a half-finished product, a failed product that hadn't been refined to its peak. Thinking about it, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, even if they were a third-order Emperor realm master, the pain and torture they would have to endure while refining themselves into a corpse puppet would be unbearable. The slightest mistake would result in the failure of the refinement. Yang Kai guessed that the Thousand Leaves sect master back then hadn't perfected the refinement process, resulting in him becoming a failed product. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirits rose. If it was a real third-order Emperor realm corpse puppet, he wouldn't have any chance of winning, but if it was just a failed product, a flawed one, then he might have a chance of winning. All he needed to do was find the corpse puppet's weakness and attack it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "You guys pin him down and buy me some time." After saying this, Yang Kai immediately activated his demon eye of annihilation and carefully observed the corpse puppet. A golden light blossomed from his left eye, as if it could see through the surface of an object into its depths and into its structure. Although Lu Yan and the embodiment didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they were able to glean some information from his tone. At that moment, Lu Yan spared no effort in urging his special flame to burn the corpse puppet. It was in a stalemate with the corpse poison he spat out. The embodiment, who had been sent flying, turned around again. This time, he didn't dare to rush towards the corpse puppet. Instead, he clenched his hand downwards, and in an instant, the principles of earth spread out. The soil under his feet seemed to have turned into a liquid, slowly flowing and rotating. It was pulled up by him. In the blink of an eye, a towering earth spear appeared in his hand. Although the earth spear was purely made of the soil here, it was not inferior to a Tao source grade artifact due to the world principles entwined around it. The embodiment held the earth spear and threw it forward with all his might. Boom! A vacuum visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, and it hit the corpse puppet directly. Accompanied by the dull sound of metal colliding, sparks flew from the corpse puppet's body. But this kind of attack, surprisingly, it only left a small dent on the corpse puppet's body. It didn't penetrate him completely. So hard! The embodiment turned pale with fright. He knew how powerful his attack was. It was definitely a move that could severely injure the Emperor realm, but it didn't do anything to Shirgui. It showed how tough Shirgui's body was. This corpse puppet's physical body was even better than an Emperor-grade defensive artifact. If even such an attack couldn't hurt him, how were they going to fight this battle? The Avatar could not help but have a headache. It seemed that the attack had ignited the sure puppet's anger. When the earth spear smashed into his body and disintegrated, the corpse puppet let out a furious roar and spat out even more corpse poison. The stalemate between the corpse puppet and Lu Yen was broken in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark green corpse poison was suppressing Lu Yen at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yan's flames were unable to resist at all. Seeing this, the embodiment's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and reached out to the void. In the next moment, a huge battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. A thick and dark evil aura lingered on it, as if it could arouse the evil and negative emotions in the deepest part of one's heart. It made one shudder. The demonic battle axe. This was the ancient great demon's demon Dao battle weapon. It was filled with dense demon chi and had already developed its own sentience. After being dragged into the sealed world B by Yang Kai, it had been placed under the care of the embodiment. At some point, the embodiment had actually refined it. However, it seemed that the embodiment had not fully refined it yet. As soon as the demonic battle axe appeared, the embodiment's 2 eyes trembled violently and turned blood red. They were full of cruelty and violence. Obviously, he was affected by the ancient demonic chi, the dark aura, wrapped around the embodiment's thick arm like a living creature, and continued to spread to other parts of his body, gradually turning him black. With the battle axe in hand, the embodiment's aura suddenly swelled. At this moment, he seemed to have incarnated into the ancient great demon, standing proudly and looking down on the world. The world energy in the entire sealed world hummed and vibrated, and the world laws became chaotic. This turn of events left Kai Yang dumbfounded. He had no idea when the embodiment began to refine the battle axe. However, looking at the embodiment's appearance, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once the demonic chi completely turned the embodiment black, the embodiment would become a puppet controlled by the battle axe. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai did not dare to be distracted and focused more on observing the corpse puppet's weakness. On the other side, the embodiment had raised the battle axe high and aimed it at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It struggled and roared on the mountain wall, trying to escape. Before it could do anything, the embodiment had already chopped down with the axe. The axe was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, this axe seemed to have traveled from ancient times, shattering space and time, causing the world to change color and the universe to become chaotic. The huge axe shadow chopped straight at the corpse puppet. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the mountain wall was directly split apart, and a huge crack that was like a heavenly chasm appeared. Everywhere the axe shadow passed, a violent power raged, and the earth was plowed open. Gullies crisscrossed, and the space was in chaos. Lu Yen had already escaped far away, but the chaotic and powerful vortex of power behind her was still pulling her in, as if it was going to swallow her. In a hurry, Lu Yen had to transform into her human form again and shake her delicate body to get out. After this blow, the embodiment's towering momentum suddenly withered, and it stood on the spot, on the verge of collapse. It could be seen that this blow had consumed an incomparable amount of his strength. Not only that, the black chi wrapped around its arm suddenly spread to its body at an extremely fast speed. I miscalculated. The embodiment did not expect that using the demonic battle axe would consume so much of his strength. If he had known this, he would not have used the demonic weapon at this time. The price of underestimating the demonic battle axe was that the ancient demonic chi would take advantage of it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of the embodiment. Looking at each other, there was no need for communication. They knew what each other was thinking. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and put the embodiment and the battle axe into the small sealed world next to the medicine garden. At this moment, the embodiment needed to use the golden and silver sealing power of the song tree to suppress the demonic qi. There was no other way. Lu Yan's delicate body shook and came to Yang Kai's side. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance, and she said worriedly, "Master." Without the support of the embodiment, she was unable to restrain the powerful corpse puppet alone, so she could not help but feel a little worried. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Don't worry, I have found its weakness." Hearing this, Lu Yan relaxed a little. In front of them, in the huge gully, the corpse puppet fell on its back. Although the shocking blow drained the embodiment's strength, the corpse puppet, naturally, could not be left unscathed after paying such a huge price. After he stood up with difficulty, Lu Yan found a huge wound on the corpse puppet's body. The wound directly extended from the shoulder blade down to the thigh. The flesh and blood of the wound were overturned, and the corpse poison was spreading. There was no blood, but the white bones inside could be seen, and in a certain position, there seemed to be an extremely dense spirit array, flashing with a bright light. Lu Yan immediately understood that this was the center of all the spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body. If this place could be destroyed, the corpse puppet would no longer be able to move. Previously, because of the corpse puppet's strong body, she could not see the situation inside its body, but the embodiment's blow directly exposed this weakness. It could be said that the embodiment's blow was the greatest. Step back a little. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already rushed straight towards the corpse puppet. Although the corpse puppet seemed to be seriously injured, Yang Kai still did not dare to be careless. The corpse puppet was a lifeless puppet, so no matter how serious its injury was, as long as its weakness was not destroyed, it would not affect its combat strength. If Yang Kai made a slight mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Halfway through, his hand moved slightly, and a light blue bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared between his two fingers. The bead looked unremarkable, but there was a thin, hair-like electric arc pulsating slightly inside it. Annihilation Thunder Bead, one of the two Emperor artifacts left behind by Yang Yen. Since coming to the star boundary, Yang Kai had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Firstly, it was because he did not dare to casually expose it, and secondly, it was because there were no strong enemies that required him to use this Emperor artifact, but the corpse puppet was definitely qualified. So, he was prepared to directly use this trump card to cripple the corpse puppet. Along the way, Yang Kai waited solemnly, but the corpse puppet seemed to have been stunned by the embodiment's blow and was unable to get up for a long time. By the time he sat up shakily, Yang Kai had already arrived at a suitable place and did not hesitate to pour his source qi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead was different from other Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai could use it when he was still an origin-returning realm cultivator, but the power of this Emperor artifact was directly linked to the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of this Emperor artifact. When he was an origin-returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai could destroy an origin king with all his strength, but now that he was a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, the power he could display was no longer the same. As soon as he pushed his source qi, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the Annihilation Thunder Bead in his hand had suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. An extremely strong suction force came from it, as if it was finally nourished after countless years of starvation, greedily swallowing Yang Kai's source qi. Yang Kai was shocked, but he did not dare to interrupt and could only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 23:31. His source qi was rapidly draining away at a speed beyond Yang Kai's imagination. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt himself completely exhausted. I knew it would be like this. Yang Kai's face was bitter. Every time he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead before, he would exhaust himself. This was also the biggest reason why Yang Kai did not use it so easily. Using the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a one-time deal. It was either success or death. It was his final trump card. Perhaps when his cultivation increased and he could freely use the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, this situation would improve. But right now, he could not. After draining Yang Kai of his source chi, the lightning arcs bouncing on the surface of the lightning bead became more agile, as if they had their own spirituality. It was extremely mysterious, and from the seemingly weak lightning arcs, a bone-chilling might could be felt. Let's see if you die now. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. His divine sense surged as he summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Asterisk chi. Asterisk, a soft crackling sound rang out as a thin arc of lightning suddenly appeared and struck the corpse puppet. Asterisk, kacha. Asterisk, deafening sounds rang out continuously. The corpse puppet was visibly convulsing from being electrocuted. The surface of his body was filled with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a huge pool of lightning was formed where he was standing. Countless arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth on his body, destroying it. An extremely unpleasant smell spread out, making people feel nauseous. After a short while, the lightning dissipated, and the corpse puppet fell on his back, a cloud of smoke rising from his body. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. His body swayed, and he almost fell. A soft body leaned over from behind and supported him. It was Lu Yen. I'm fine. I just used too much energy and need to recover. Yang Kai did not wait for Lu Yen to speak before he sat down shakily. His body was sore and weak. If someone attacked him at this time, let alone a Tao Source Realm cultivator, even an origin-returning realm cultivator would not be able to fight back. Then I'll stand guard for Master, Lu Yen said. His body suddenly stiffened. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed something was wrong and quickly asked, but before Lu Yen could answer, his eyes widened in horror. This was because he saw that the corpse puppet that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up straight. It kept roaring, and its violent aura became more and more vigorous. He's not dead yet. Yang Kai's face changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Annihilation Lightning Bead was definitely the strongest attack he could unleash, but even that couldn't kill this corpse puppet. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Although Yang Kai still had other tricks up his sleeve, how could he use them now that he was so weak? As far as the eye could see, the surface of the corpse puppet's body was incomparably tattered. Its withered flesh was charred, and the various array diagrams inscribed on its brand had dimmed considerably. The weakness that Yang Kai found before was also completely destroyed. This should be the core of the corpse puppet's formation diagram. After it was destroyed, the corpse puppet should no longer be able to move. But why was it still able to stand up? In his panic, Yang Kai suddenly saw a strange spot on the corpse puppet's chest. His eyes trembled as he smiled bitterly, because there was still a core array diagram emitting light. It was because of this backup core array diagram that the corpse puppet had not lost its ability to fight. Master, Lu Yen was also frightened. Facing such a powerful enemy, without the help of Yang Kai and the embodiment, she couldn't contend with him with her strength alone. But she soon calmed down and said with a determined expression, Master, you go first. I'll delay him for a while. She felt that as long as she gave Yang Kai some time, Yang Kai should be able to repair the array-based platform and leave the sealed world. As she spoke, she flashed in front of Yang Kai, looking like she was going to protect Yang Kai even if she had to die. Yang Kai reached out and tugged at her. Lu Yen turned back and smiled sadly. This servant has been treated sincerely by Master for so many years. It's not a waste for this servant to come to this world. Please take care of yourself in the future. Don't be so sad. Yang Kai's nose twitched, but he still smiled and said, It's not certain who will live and who will die. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up. Does Master still have a trick up his sleeve? Yang Kai didn't speak. Instead, he reached out and took out something that looked like a spirit pill. He stuffed it into Lu Yan's hand and said, "Activate its power. If you can't, we'll hide in the sealed world bead and conserve our strength." This is... Lu Yan looked at the spirit pill in her hand, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she whispered, "An Emperor Authority Bead?" "Yes, this is an Emperor Authority Bead that seals the power of the flowing time Great Emperor's attack. Although I don't know when the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor refined it, it should be quite powerful. Give it a try." This Emperor Authority Bead was something Yang Kai had exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. It definitely contained the full power of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, but Yang Kai didn't know how powerful this attack was. An Emperor Authority Bead was different from an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder Bead. It was a one-time use item. Yang Kai hadn't been willing to use it until now, but in this situation he had no choice but to use it. With the Emperor Authority Bead in hand, Lu Yan calmed down all of a sudden. Taking a light breath, she held the Emperor Authority Bead in her hand and poured all her strength into it. On the other side, the corpse puppet seemed to be a little stiff after standing up again. It was obvious that the attack from the Annihilation Thunder Bead had affected it greatly. As if it had sensed something, the corpse puppet let out a low roar and rushed towards Lu Yan like an arrow. Before it even got close, the strong stench of a corpse had already filled the air, and a cold, murderous intent wrapped around Lu Yan. Lu Yan's tender body trembled slightly, but she remained unmoved. She continued to pour her strength into the Emperor Authority Bead. The distance between the two rapidly closed, and even Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He held the sealed world bead in his hand, ready to take Lu Yan to hide in it at any time. Seeing the corpse puppet leaping towards Lu Yan finally made her move. She flicked the Emperor Authority Bead in her hand, and it immediately turned into a stream of light that flew towards the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet threw a punch, shattering the Emperor Authority Bead with a power that could shatter space. However, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from the shattered Emperor Authority Bead, transforming into principal strength that instantly wrapped around the corpse puppet. Under the influence of this power, the corpse puppet seemed to have been hit by a body immobilization spell. It fell straight down from the sky and plunged into the ground. Calm. The mysterious principal strength suddenly spread out in all directions. In the valley, all the plants that had withered due to the corpse poison seemed to have been replenished with vitality at this moment and came back to life. In an instant, the valley was filled with lush greenery. Not only that, but this mysterious power also spread far into the distance. Wherever it passed, all the trees swayed and sent out a message of joy. Yang Kai and Lu Yan were also enveloped by this power. That kind of power flowed through his limbs and bones and into his body, causing the weak Kai Yang to feel as if he had been injected with vitality. In an instant, he became full of vigor, and even the injuries he had suffered from the corpse puppet had recovered in a very short period of time. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes widened, and she cried out, "The law of spring." Yang Kai was also shocked to the extreme. His eyes lit up as he understood the source of this law. He did not dare to neglect, and quickly began to comprehend it. This was the principal strength comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time, Great Emperor. It was incomparably profound. Once the Emperor Authority Bead appeared, it was equivalent to the flowing time, Great Emperor, personally striking a blow. If Yang Kai could use this opportunity to comprehend it, he would be able to gain a lot. At this moment, Yang Kai did not even care about what would happen to the corpse puppet, as he immersed himself in the mysterious principal strength. The law of spring spread out, returning the valley to a lush green, but in the blink of an eye, an unbearably hot aura enveloped the valley. It was as if one had suddenly entered the dog days of summer, and the faint sound of cicadas could be heard. Under the scorching sun, the scorching heat was unbearable. The law of summer. Yang Kai understood and felt more and more that this was an opportunity that he could not miss. Inside the valley, a bleak autumn wind suddenly blew. The maple leaves were dyed red, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. The fragrance of melons and fruits were ripe, and the pleasant smell of harvest rushed out. The law of autumn. The cold wind suddenly whistled, and the surroundings suddenly became bitterly cold. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be covered in white snow wrapped in silver. In the biting cold of winter, even the most cold-resistant, ferocious beasts shrank in their caves, not daring to go out easily. The law of winter. The four principles resonated with each other and were closely connected. Year after year, the cycle continued, forming an extremely special power that lingered in the valley, causing one to lose track of time. It felt as if it was only an instant, but also as if it was tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Under the influence of the four seasons, he constantly witnessed the intersection of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, completely forgetting where he was and what he was doing. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would definitely be his loss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai's body shook with a crisp, cracking sound. The meridians and dantian in his body suddenly expanded, and source qi gushed out like a surging river, rapidly flowing through his meridians. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions with him as the center. He had actually advanced to the third order Tao source realm. The commotion caused by his advancement caused Yang Kai to snap back to reality. He immediately saw the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged, not far away, and everything he had experienced earlier suddenly appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically as he stood up and stared warily at the motionless corpse puppet. "Master," Lu Yen hurriedly called out when he saw Yang Kai's expression change. "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in surprise. "What do you mean, how long has it been?" Lu Yen looked confused. "How long has it been since you struck out the Emperor authority bead?" Lu Yen was puzzled. "Just now, after I struck out the Emperor authority bead," Master sat down. "And then you suddenly broke through." "Just now." Yang Kai's mouth fell open. He clearly felt like a long time had passed, but why did Lu Yen mean that it had only been a short while? He was shocked and immediately realized that he had been affected by the power of the four seasons and was hallucinating. Chapter 2332. The Four Seasons Force was a divine technique comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time, Great Emperor. Once the divine technique was used, the four seasons would overlap and the sea would change into mulberry fields. This was a kind of time principle strength that was completely different from the space principle Yang Kai comprehended. However, the time principle was the same as the space principle in that it was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. Any martial artist who could have some attainments in this kind of power would have great achievements. Yang Kai originally thought that the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors had only comprehended the four seasons divine technique, but now it seemed that he was wrong. The Great Emperors had comprehended the true essence of the time principle, which had long surpassed the concept of the four seasons. The Emperor authority bead was a treasure refined by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor when he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. A single blow from the Emperor authority bead was equivalent to a blow from the flowing time Great Emperor of the third-order Emperor Realm. Even a real third-order Emperor Realm Master would have no chance of surviving such a blow. The time principle strength could allow one to experience the passage of an extremely long period of time in an instant. If it hit a living person, wouldn't it cause the principles of time to age instantly? For example, Yang Kai felt like he had experienced several years of cultivation just now, breaking through from the second-order Tao source realm to the third-order Tao source realm. This was the accumulation of time. Although it was only a blink of an eye in reality, several years had passed in his consciousness. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how powerful the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors were at their peak. As he thought about it, he suddenly became excited because he had obtained 3 beads in the 4 seasons realm: the bead of spring, the bead of summer, and the bead of autumn. Based on his guess, there should be another bead of winter. But the 4 seasons realm experience ended too quickly, so he didn't know where the bead of winter was, let alone where to find it. Now, it seemed that the 3 beads all contained a trace of the principles of time. If he collected all the 4 seasons beads, he might be able to reproduce the divine technique of the flowing time great emperor and obtain the inheritance of the great emperors of the great emperors. The inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was different from the heaven-devouring great emperor of the great emperors of the world. As for the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it at all. After obtaining it, he handed it over to the embodiment to handle. Facts proved that this decision was correct. According to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring battle law was indeed powerful, but the side effects of cultivating it were not small. If not for the embodiment's special body that could refine all kinds of impurities and wash away the negative effects, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique had already restrained him, but if he could obtain the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, the benefits to Yang Kai would not be small. Understanding the principles of time and controlling the 4 seasons force, Yang Kai would be able to reach a higher realm in a shorter time, because under the principles of time, 1 year of cultivation for him might be equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of cultivation for others. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion, but when he thought of the missing bead of winter, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over Yang Kai's heart. He didn't know when the 4 seasons realm would open again. Even if it opened again, he would definitely not be a Tao source realm cultivator. It would be impossible for him to enter again. In other words, he probably had no hope of finding the bead of winter, gathering the 4 seasons force, and reproducing the divine technique of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. Master, that guy isn't dead yet. Lu Yan's exclamation suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. Impossible. Yang Kai was startled awake. He had used the Annihilation Thunder bead in this battle. He had used the Emperor Authority bead, 2 of his trump cards, and the embodiment had even used the Demonic Armament battle axe. Even if there was a third-order Emperor Realm Master here, there would be nothing left of him. No matter how powerful a corpse puppet was, it was impossible for it to still be alive. So when he heard Lu Yan's words, he didn't believe it at all. But when he looked over, Yang Kai was stunned. Not far in front of him, the battered corpse puppet had sat down cross-legged at some point. Probably under the influence of the principles of time, the corpse puppet's body, which was already dry and devoid of water, had now become extremely pale like flour. When Yang Kai looked over, pieces of flesh were still falling from its body, turning into ashes before they could even touch the ground. In a short while, the corpse puppet had turned into a half-skeleton state, revealing its white bones. The principles of time were indeed powerful. Previously, he had used all his methods, but only the Annihilation Thunder bead could injure the corpse puppet. But when the Emperor Authority bead was used, the corpse puppet's body was damaged to such a state This was definitely not a result of pure strength, but the influence of the principles. The principles of time flowed silently in the corpse puppet's body, allowing it to experience the passage of tens of thousands of years. No matter how strong its body was, it would still be destroyed if it wasn't nourished. Yang Kai could clearly see that the various spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body had all dimmed and could no longer operate. However, Lu Yen was right. This guy wasn't dead yet because its pair of green, ghostly fire-like eyes were constantly twitching, as if it was in a struggle. From time to time, it would growl in a low voice. Yang Kai's hair stood on end, and he secretly became vigilant, afraid that the corpse puppet would suddenly attack at the last moment. He could see that even if the corpse puppet wasn't dead, it was an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he delayed for a while, the corpse puppet would definitely die. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had suddenly advanced to the third-order Tao source realm, his source chi had been restored, and his injuries had healed. Even if the corpse puppet tried to do something, he was confident that he could avoid it. Yang Kai didn't move, and Lu Yen also stood beside him without saying a word, a vigilant light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes twitched violently for a while, and it let out a fierce roar from its throat, as if it was fighting against something. Soon, the green eyes stabilized, and the corpse puppet's ferocious and terrifying expression gradually eased. The ghostly fire-like eyes flickered with a spiritual light, and it looked around blankly. When it saw Yang Kai, it fixed its gaze on him. "Master!" Lu Yen called out in a low voice and put on a fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Kai Yang furrowed his brows as he locked gazes with the corpse puppet. Suddenly, a thought that he couldn't believe emerged from the depths of his heart. Immediately, he cupped his fists and shouted, "Junior Kai Yang greets Senior. Master, you're—" Lu Yen looked at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. At first glance, this corpse puppet had no spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to fight fiercely under the control of the spirit array in its body and had no self-awareness at all. What was the point of Yang Kai doing this? But what she didn't expect was that after Yang Kai finished speaking, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened and closed its mouth a few times, making a few difficult sounds with difficulty. It was just that because the corpse puppet's body was badly damaged, Lu Yen couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Even so, Lu Yen was completely stunned, because the corpse puppet actually responded to Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own spiritual intelligence? If that was the case, why hadn't there been any signs before? On the other side, the corpse puppet was still trying to make a sound. After a long time, it finally succeeded, but the sound was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "Are you a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect?" It was just a simple sentence, but it almost exhausted all of the corpse puppet's strength. After speaking, he actually gasped for breath. Lu Yen didn't know what use breathing would be in his current state. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly replied, "This junior is not." The corpse puppet asked, "If you're not, then why are you here?" Perhaps because of that one sentence, the corpse puppet's expression became smoother and clearer. Yang Kai said, "This junior was entrusted by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to repair the space transmission array here." Hearing this, the corpse puppet tried hard to recall for a long time before he sadly said, "Yes, the array base platform was destroyed by this king." He paused and asked in surprise, "You can repair it? Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" "I know a little," Yang Kai replied, implicitly. However, the corpse puppet knew that Yang Kai was being modest, being able to enter the sealed world when the array base platform here was destroyed was not something that could be done with just a little knowledge. It was clear that Yang Kai had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. The corpse puppet didn't intend to pursue the matter. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Could Senior be the last 1,000 Leaves sect master to enter this place? Yang Kai had already guessed this when he saw the spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When he heard the corpse puppet admit that he was the one who destroyed the array base platform, Yang Kai was immediately certain the corpse puppet in front of him was definitely that generation's 1,000 Leaves sect master. The corpse puppet gently nodded, the bones in his neck cracking. Yang Kai trembled in fear, afraid that the corpse puppet's head would fall off just like that. The corpse puppet said, "This king is Yi Chong. Senior is still alive." Although he had already guessed this, Yang Kai was still extremely shocked. Yi Chong was the last 1,000 Leaves sect master to enter this sealed world, a third-order emperor, realm master. Yi Chong said, "It's just a remnant soul. This king used his own body to refine a puppet and failed to enter the Tao, so this king died. Only a remnant soul was left in this body, waiting for the descendants of 1,000 Leaves sect to come here." Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to ask something, Yi Chong said, "I don't have much time left. The reason why I was able to wake up was because you destroyed this body. Although I'm not sure how you managed to do this with your strength, I don't have time to ask. This king needs your help. Please speak, Senior. Since this generation's descendant of the Yi family has invited you here to repair the space array, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. I want you to bring this space ring to this generation's 1,000 Leaves sect master." As Yi Chong spoke, he trembled as he took off the space ring on his finger. With a light flick, he shot it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it, immediately feeling a desolate and ancient aura lingering on his hand. This was a space ring from tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai could faintly guess what good things were inside. The various secret arts and secret techniques of 1,000 Leaves sect that Yi Hen and his daughter had mentioned were definitely inside this space ring. Yi Chong said, "This king has engraved his brand on this space ring. Only a member of my Yi family can refine it with the power of their bloodline and open it. Any violent method of opening it will damage this space ring." Chapter 2333. Yang Kai immediately knew that Yi Chong didn't completely trust him and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yi Chong wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Yang Kai still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yi Chong had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief who would feel comfortable. However, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply took the ring. "Rest assured, Senior, I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi." "Very good, very good." Yi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Of course, this king won't let you help for free. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yi Chong was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yi Chong didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Yang Kai. He just stared thoughtfully at Lu Yen beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Lu Yen was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yi Chong's stare and couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Yi Chong was a third-order emperor, realm master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yi Chong seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Please tell me, Senior." Yi Chong said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Yang Kai's face darkened. Yi Chong's words were the same as not saying anything. Since Yi Chong wanted to give him some benefits, Yi Chong didn't generously point it out and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yi Chong was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Yang Kai, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yi Chong. Yang Kai didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yi Chong hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yi Hen. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Yang Kai naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor realm master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the bloodline seal? Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yi Chong suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years. Yi Chong was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If Senior is a Tao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yi Chong sighed. This king has wronged the sect. His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend, and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end, he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. He had predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, so he did his best to leave a remnant soul in the corpse puppet. Tens of thousands of years later, Yang Kai arrived. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After Yi Chong sighed, his head suddenly drooped in front of his chest, and the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of black aura flew out of the corpse puppet's head and turned into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago had completely fallen, and now not even a remnant soul was left. After losing the last of its remnant soul, the corpse puppet's body suddenly fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of white bones. Yang Kai sighed. Even the most powerful cultivator would eventually turn into dust. Yi Chong had used his body to prove the heavenly way, so how could he not want to possess an immortal body? Unfortunately, even if he was a genius, he still couldn't overcome the constraints of the world principles. If even a third-order Emperor realm master was like this, how difficult would it be to achieve immortality? I wonder if the 10 great emperors could achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve this. Otherwise, people like the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors, and the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. Yang Kai had some hope, but of course, the prerequisite was that he had to refine the immortal tree. It was said that after refining the immortal tree, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but he didn't know if this was true or not. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Then, together with Lu Yen, he buried Yi Chong's body on the spot. He didn't bury it too carefully because, after the transmission array here was repaired, Yi Hen would definitely come over. This kind of thing was better left to Yi Hen. In any case, Yi Hen was his ancestor, so he should hold a grand funeral. After dealing with Yi Chong's body, Yang Kai led Lu Yen to the cave where they met Yi Chong. Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity in the cave, but Yang Kai was suspicious. When he entered the cave before, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. Lu Yen was also puzzled. Following Yang Kai, she asked, "Master, when Senior Yi said that there was an opportunity, why was he staring at me?" "You're beautiful," Yang Kai answered casually. "Nonsense." Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai. Although she didn't think that her human form was ugly, how could Yi Chong stare at her because of that? He was the sect master of a top sect. So, what kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yang Kai chuckled. He must have seen your true form, so he took a second look. There's nothing strange about it. I think that's the reason. Lu Yen nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Because Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful, but he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yi Chong had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yi Chong. Since Yi Chong took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yang Kai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Lu Yen, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. What's wrong with it? Yang Kai asked. Lu Yen said, Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone. Yang Kai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yang Kai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge to hurt slightly. Huh? Yang Kai was surprised. The opportunity Yi Chong mentioned. Could it be this stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several Emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine any more. Lu Yen was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. Don't. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about this stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Lu Yen had already touched the strange stone, but when she heard Yang Kai's shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Lu Yen couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Although Lu Yen could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Lu Yen in. How can this be? Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source chi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone, but strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Yang Kai at all. Molten memory gold? Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. No matter how big the damage, it would gradually repair itself, but the molten memory gold, he knew, was definitely not like this. Yang Kai wanted to smash the strange stone to save Lu Yen, but after one strike he knew that it was impossible. This strange stone wasn't hard, but it was extremely tough and couldn't be smashed. After Lu Yen was sucked into this strange stone, Yang Kai felt that the inexplicable connection between himself and Lu Yen had been severed for a long time. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, and when Yang Kai refined her body, the artifact refining furnace, there had always been an invisible connection between the two that hadn't been broken for so many years, but now it was gone. Yang Kai's face turned pale, thinking that Lu Yen had died, because this was the only way to explain why the connection between the two had been severed. Yang Kai instantly felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, his mood extremely heavy. Chapter 2334. Lu Yen had been with him for many years, and they had always looked out for each other over the years. She had helped Yang Kai a lot. So if she died because of this strange rock in front of him, Yang Kai would never be able to accept it. If that was the case, he would dig up Yi Chong's body and grind his bones to ashes to vent his hatred. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was unlikely. Yi Chong had asked him for help and would never leave a strange stone here to harm him. But when he said that there was an opportunity in this cave, why did he keep staring at Lu Yen? Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a familiar aura suddenly came out of the strange stone. After perceiving this aura, Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he hurriedly shouted, "Lu Yen!" That aura definitely belonged to Lu Yen, but it was very weak. If he hadn't been familiar with Lu Yen over the years, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to detect it. If there was a residual aura, it meant that Lu Yen hadn't died and was just sealed in the strange stone. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to attack the strange stone rashly for fear of hurting Lu Yen. But in the face of his call, Lu Yen never responded. Not only that, in Yang Kai's perception, the aura emitted by Lu Yen was extremely stable. Although the fluctuation was extremely weak, there was no trace of injury. Some of it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He carefully released his divine sense to investigate again. But just like before, as soon as his divine sense entered the strange stone, it was as if it was bitten off by an invisible mouth. Not only did his investigation fail, but his divine sense was also affected. It also made his knowledge see hurt slightly. He didn't know what the hell this strange stone was, but it could swallow divine sense. It was obviously of extraordinary quality. Wisps of dark red color, almost invisible to the naked eye, diffused from the inside of the strange rock and seeped into the surface of the strange rock. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with this dark red aura. It was clearly the extremely complex flame power that Lu Yen possessed, mixed with the power of various strange flames. But they were perfectly blended together. In the whole world, there was no other one except for Lu Yen. Could it be that Lu Yen was attacking the seal from the inside? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax a lot. He forced himself to calm down and observe carefully. He wanted to know how he could help Lu Yen. After the dark red color spread out, the strange stone suddenly buzzed, and then it emitted an extremely strong suction force. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. All of a sudden, a gust of wind howled in the cave. The extremely rich spiritual energy in the secret realm surged into the strange rocks, but it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the dark red color on the surface of the strange rock became more and more exuberant. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. Spiritual energy? Yang Kai's heart moved, and he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, tens of millions of source crystals scattered around the strange rock. almost filling the entire cave. These source crystals were all mid-grade and high-grade. There were no low-grade source crystals at all. All of them had been stripped from the source crystal load. Yang Kai punched out again, shattering these source crystals into dust, which transformed into a sea of spiritual energy that wrapped around the strange rock. At a visible rate, the strange rock continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed to be endless. At the same time that Lu Yen was in danger, outside Thousand Leaves sect, the wind howled and the crane screamed. Over 1,000 cultivator arrived in front of Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array, glaring at the sect. These 1,000 people belonged to different forces, but they all seemed to be led by a blue-haired middle-aged man. It was unknown what kind of mysterious technique this middle-aged man cultivated, but his long blue hair draped over his shoulders in an unruly manner. His figure was heroic, and his expression was dignified. He sat on a roofless palanquin carried by 16 people. The palanquin was spacious and gave off strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. At this moment, the blue-haired man was leisurely sipping his tea, as if he had come here for a leisurely trip. Around him, many powerhouses had gathered. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin, whom Yang Kai had once taught a lesson to, was among them. In just a short time, Luo Jin had taken some kind of pills and his injuries had completely healed. There were no longer any traces of the injuries he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai. He was now full of energy and his complexion was rosy. The two old men who had been in charge of protecting Sky Illumination Palace's young palace master, Chiu Yu, were also standing to the side with their heads lowered. They seemed to be extremely respectful to the blue-haired man. There was also a man who attracted everyone's attention. His cultivation was not inferior to anyone here. He had a stocky build and looked extremely rough. The aura he gave off was also extremely violent, and he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. This man stood to the side and glanced at the blue-haired middle-aged man from time to time. He sneered as if he looked down on the blue-haired man's actions. These people were all masters of the nearby sects, and their status and strength were similar. However, this blue-haired middle-aged man was acting all high and mighty, making him stand out from the crowd, which naturally made others unhappy. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that the blue-haired middle-aged man was the leader of all the cultivators here. Over 1,000 cultivators belonging to 5 or 6 sects had gathered here, but they did not say a single word, as if they were silently waiting for something. Luo Jin's face was filled with resentment and hatred as he stared straight ahead and clenched his fists tightly. A few days ago, he was holding a concubine wedding ceremony in the city lord's mansion, but it was interrupted midway. Not only was the bride snatched away in front of everyone's eyes, even he himself was seriously injured. If it wasn't for luck, he would have died long ago. Although it had only been a few days, this matter had already spread throughout the surrounding territory, and all the cultivators in Sky Crane City knew about it. His prestige in Sky Crane City had plummeted, and he could feel people pointing at him behind his back wherever he went. Not only that, there were even voices of dissatisfaction in the city, calling for him to step down. How could Luo Jin allow such a thing to happen? He had painstakingly managed Sky Crane City for so many years, and it was just about to rise up and be on equal footing with the surrounding sects. How could he be willing to fall short at the last moment? And the culprit behind all of this was that brat called Yang Kai. As long as he could kill Yang Kai and wash away his humiliation, Luo Jin believed that he would be able to stabilize Sky Crane City once again. At that time, no one would dare to say anything to him. Luo Jin hated Yang Kai, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of the Thousand Leaves sect that was shielding Yang Kai. He secretly swore in his heart that if Yi Hen was tactful, things would be fine, but if he didn't, Luo Jin would let him know the consequences. Asterisk who, asterisk right at that moment. A stream of light shot over from the front. As the light fell, the figures of many of Thousand Leaves' sects higher-ups appeared, with Yi Hen at the head and the vice sect masters and elders beside him. Although they had received the news in advance, Yi Hen and the others could not help but change their expressions when they saw so many masters gathered in front of their sect's mountain defending array. The forces gathered here were the forces of 5 or 6 great forces, and there were more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. There were even more than a dozen from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and the rest were all Origin King Realm cultivators. How could the current Thousand Leaves sect resist such a force? Yi Hen calmed himself down and cupped his fists. Friends, your presence brings light to my humble sect. May I ask why you have come unannounced? He also knew that the other party did not come with good intentions, so there was no way for them to settle this peacefully. However, he was not too afraid of the mountain defending array. If it was an ordinary sect's mountain defending array, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of so many masters. However, Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array had been passed down for a long time, and its grade was extremely high. It was not something that ordinary sects could compare to. If it were not for Thousand Leaves sect's current strength being insufficient, the mountain defending array's defensive grade could be increased by several levels. Once it was activated, even a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm might not be able to break through it. Even so, this mountain defending array should be more than enough to withstand the attacks of these people. This was also the fundamental reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to remain standing despite its decline. If they could not break through the mountain defending array, no one would dare to completely fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. Just as Yi Hen finished speaking, Luo Jin was the first to jump out and roar, "Ye don't play dumb. Don't tell me you don't know why we're here. If you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over that brat Yang Kai and the others. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Yi Hen frowned. "City Lord Luo, what enmity do you have with young Master Yang for you to be so angry?" Luo Jin felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger when he heard Yi Hen asking the obvious. With an ashen face, he said, "Yi Hen, are you mocking this, Luo? Don't tell me you don't know what happened in my city, Lord's mansion a few days ago. Or are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yi Hen replied indifferently, "I know a thing or two, but I don't know the details." Luo Jin said angrily, "That brat caused a ruckus in my city lord's mansion, snatched this king's concubine, and killed and injured guests. How can this king let this matter rest?" Yi Hen said, "Why is this matter different from what this he has heard? This he heard that City Lord Luo used your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and women, imprisoning a few of young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to marry him. Young Master Yang was forced to fight City Lord Luo, and although he won at the last moment, he still mercifully spared your life. City Lord Luo, it's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days?" Luo Jin's face alternated between green and red as he roared, "Bullshit!" Yi Hen said coldly, "There were countless guests that day, and everyone was watching. I believe that everyone knows whether this Yi is spouting nonsense, or if City Lord Luo is being ungrateful." Luo Jin's blood boiled in his heart, and he almost blurted it out. This matter was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now that Yi Hen mentioned it in front of everyone, he was naturally burning with rage. If not for the mountain protecting array in front of him, he would have already fought it out with Yi Hen with bloodshot eyes. Yi Hen cupped his fists and looked around. Everyone should know about this matter. "So why don't you tell City Lord Luo in detail, lest he misunderstands something and does something that angers the gods?" None of the cultivator present had any intention of speaking up when they heard this. they had not come here to argue with Yi Hen, so what if what Yi Hen said was the truth? Yang Kai had indeed killed people, and he had killed the elites of their sects. Now that they knew that Yang Kai was in Thousand Leaves sect, how could they sit back and do nothing? Chapter 2335. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, "Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person?" In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, "Forget about city, Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master Kutian have with him for him to actually kill him in the city lord's mansion?" From his tone, it was obvious that he was the temple master of Sky Peak Temple, Wan Hongbo. Like Yi Hen, Wan Hongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Now that his vice temple master had been killed by Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Wan Hongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up, "That's right, that bastard even killed my son, Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him." Yi Hen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the tower master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yi Hen had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the city lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation. The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. "My soul-seizing sword sect is the same. Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face." As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yi Hen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, "Palace Master Cho also has the same intention?" He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiozei, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source Realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor Realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves sect's doorstep today? Yi Hen did not dare to take this person lightly because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor Realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor Realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Chiozei heard this. He smiled slightly and said, "My son, Chiou, is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This seat came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Chiu you how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse Sect Master Yi." His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Chiu Yu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the City Lord's mansion that day, but if that was all, why would Chiozei come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had been building up for a long time. One was a newly risen sect, that had the potential to rule over this territory, while the other was an old and declining sect. If the former wanted to establish their might, it was naturally best to start with the latter. As long as he could eliminate Thousand Leaves sect, the prestige of the Sky Illumination Palace would be unparalleled, and he, Chose, would be the overlord of this land. Hand him over. Sect Master Yi, we have no enmity with Thousand Leaves sect, so we are not willing to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang cannot be forgiven so easily, so we ask that Sect Master Yi not to shield him. The sect masters of the various great sects began to clamor, each of them trying to pressure the Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen furrowed his brows, while the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons who had come with him changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease, although the sect defending array was blocking them, and these people should not be able to do anything to them. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had to go out sooner or later. They could not hide in the array forever. If they offended so many great forces here, how could Thousand Leaves sect survive in the future? With this thought in mind, the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons all looked towards Yi Hen. They did not know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Yi Hen was, or why he wanted to hide in Thousand Leaves sect after causing such a huge mess, causing trouble for the sect. Moreover, why did Yi Hen accept him despite knowing all this? This was obviously not a wise move. Sect Master, a second-order Tao Source Realm old man, called out softly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Yang Kai had nothing to do with Thousand Leaves sect, so there was no harm in showing weakness here and handing him over in exchange for safety. It was better than having someone blocking their door. Yi Hen glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, the old man sighed heavily and did not try to persuade him anymore. He was from the older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yi Hen grow up, so he understood Yi Hen's temper very well. He knew that he would not act recklessly, so even though he was worried, he still chose to believe that Yi Hen would not harm the sect. Sect Master, Thousand Leaves sect's Vice Sect Master Shirtsong Ing suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists, quickly saying, "This sure thinks that the words of these friends are reasonable. That little brat, surnamed Yang, has no respect for his seniors and dared to act recklessly in the city lord's mansion. This is simply outrageous. Even someone as respected as Master Kutian was killed. He is clearly a bloodthirsty person. No matter what his purpose was before, he definitely did not come to our Thousand Leaves sect with good intentions." This sure asks Sect Master to hand that little brat over to these friends to deal with, so that people won't say that our Thousand Leaves sect is colluding with him and tarnishing our reputation. Chose smiled. Vice Sect Master sure is indeed sensible. Very good, very good. Shirtsonging smiled. Heaven is watching what people do. This sure is simply following heaven's will. Palace Master Chiu is too kind. Yi Hen coldly said, "Brother Sure, this he said before that young Master Yang is an honored guest of our Thousand Leaves sect, and that no one is allowed to have any ideas about him. If you still treat me as a sect master, then don't say such things again." Sure Song Ying's expression changed slightly. "Sect Master, are you going to disregard the tens of thousands of years of our ancestors' foundation?" Yi Hen replied, "It is precisely because of this foundation that we cannot hand young Master Yang over to anyone. Besides Shirtsong Ing, only Yi Jinghan knew that Yang Kai had gone to repair the entrance to the sealed world. He had not mentioned this to anyone else. So Shirtsong Ing did not know why Yi Hen wanted to protect Yang Kai." Seeing Yi Hen's resolute expression, as if he would fall out with Shirtsong Ing if Shirtsong Ing dared to say anything more, Shirtsong Ying's heart skipped a beat. In his memories, Yi Hen was not such an overbearing existence. Yi Hen was old, and his cultivation had stagnated, so he had always been very polite to Shirtsong Ing over the years. Logically speaking, Yi Hen should have carefully weighed everything Shirtsong Ing said. Even if he opposed Shirt Song-ing, he would not have spoken so harshly. So, why was Yi Hen so resolute when it came to that brat surnamed Yang? Shirt Song-ing instinctively felt that this matter was not simple, but he did not have the time to think about it carefully. His face sank as he said, "Sect Master, you are so stubborn. Do you really want to plunge the sect into an abyss of suffering? Have you thought about the feelings and future of the sect's 3,000 disciples? A single wrong decision from you can doom the sect to eternal damnation. As the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect, this sure has the responsibility and obligation to think for the sect and its disciples." Yi Hen coldly replied, "Are you thinking for yourself or for the sect?" Without waiting for Shirt Song-ing to say anything, Yi Hen sternly shouted, "I've already made up my mind. Stand down." Shirt Song-ing was stunned when he heard this, and his body subconsciously trembled. It was as if he had just remembered that the other party was the sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect, while he was just a vice sect master. Outside the mountain defending array, a group of masters coldly watched as they sneered in their hearts. It was rumored that the Thousand Leaves Sect was unstable internally, and that there was a rift between Yi Hen and Shirt Song-ing. From the looks of it, this was indeed the case. These two were the pillars of Thousand Leaves Sect, yet they were actually fighting amongst themselves at such a time. From this, one could see how rotten the Thousand Leaves Sect was. A sect like this would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, everyone sneered in their hearts, as if they could already see the scene of Thousand Leaves Sect's destruction being shouted at by Yi Hen in front of everyone's eyes. Shirt Song-ing naturally felt a little embarrassed and flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Fine. Since Sect Master doesn't listen to my advice and is headstrong and doesn't care about the safety of the sect, then don't blame the Shur for not treating you as the Sect Master." Yi Hen was slightly startled and coldly shouted, "What are you planning to do?" Shirt Song-ing smiled. "That brat surnamed Yang has provoked so many sects, yet he wants to hide in Thousand Leaves Sect and bring disaster to our sect. This sure is thinking for the sake of the sect's disciples, so I naturally have to hand him over. Rest assured, Sect Master, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if someone blames me in the future, this sure will bear the responsibility and will not ruin your good name." Ooh, his righteous attitude, not hesitating to consider the sect's interests even if his reputation was tarnished, immediately attracted the goodwill of many of the Thousand Leaves Sect's higher-ups, who felt that Yi Hen was indeed a little arbitrary. Yi Hen seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You dare to send people to capture them?" Only at this moment did Yi Hen notice that the three trusted elders who had always been by Shirt Song-ying's side had disappeared. Those three elders were all second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. With such strength, Yang Kai's friends would not be able to resist at all. The people that Yang Kai had brought with him were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although there were barriers in their rooms, those elders knew them like the back of their hands. So breaking them was a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Yi Hen turned pale with fright, wishing that he could slap Shirt Song-ing to death. His daughter had painstakingly invited Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves Sect to repair the entrance to the sealed world, yet his own vice sect master wanted to take action against Yang Kai's friends. If Yang Kai found out about this, how would he explain himself? He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to offend so many sects this time, as long as Yang Kai could repair the entrance and allow Thousand Leaves Sect's secret arts and secret techniques to return, it would be worth it. At worst, Thousand Leaves Sect would seal itself off for a few years and allow the sect's experts to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. As long as they could mobilize the 30 or so Dao Source grade puppets in the square, Thousand Leaves Sect would no longer need to fear any other sect and would be able to take a breather. As time passed, would they still have to worry about not being able to control those heaven grade puppets? Chapter 2336. Once they could control the heaven-grade puppet, Thousand Leaves sect would be able to rise to the ranks of first-rate sects. What was there to fear from a small sky illumination palace? When that time came, all the sects and families within 1,000,000 kilometers would have to depend on Thousand Leaves sect for their survival. However, he never imagined that Shirtsong Ing would be so despicable and vicious, sending his trusted subordinates to capture those people while he and Yang Kai were away. Once those people were handed over, how could Yang Kai let the matter rest? Thousand Leaves sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques would also be lost. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be finished. Thinking of this, Yi Hen became anxious and angry, shouting, "Shirtsong Ing, if you really care about the sect, quickly call those people back." Shirtsong Ing coldly snorted, "It's already too late." When he heard that many masters had arrived outside the sect, Shirtsong Ing had already guessed what they were here for, and had secretly instructed the elders to lie in ambush and wait for his orders. Previously, when he saw that Yi Hen was still unwilling to hand over those people, he had secretly given the order, but it was obviously too late to say anything now. A mouthful of blood rushed up Yi Hen's throat, and he almost spat it out in anger. He pointed at Shirtsong Ing and gritted his teeth. "Do you know what kind of mistake you've made? If even a single hair on those people's heads is lost, this sect master will hold you responsible." Shirtsong Ying's face sank. "This sure has the heart of the sect. The heavens and earth can be my witness. The sun and moon can be my witness. Even if our ancestors were standing here, they would feel that this sure's actions were not wrong." Seeing that Shirtsong Ing was still so unrepentant, Yi Hen finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Shirtsong Ing looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sect master, you're old and no longer suitable to lead Thousand Leaves sect. Your rotten and stubborn thinking will only stop Thousand Leaves sect from moving forward." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed greatly. Realizing that Shirtsong Ing was taking this opportunity to seize power and seize the throne, the group of elders all wore terrified expressions. Not knowing what to do, Du Xian angrily shouted, "Old thief Shir, since you dare to act so disgracefully, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Master today." He had been standing behind Yi Hen the whole time, so he had seen everything clearly, although he didn't know why Yi Hen valued Kai Yang so much. However, Yi Hen was still his master. His master had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by Shirtsong Ing, so how could he remain indifferent? Just as he finished speaking, a long sword glowing with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. A curtain of swords rose up and pierced toward Shirtsong Ing. Shirtsong Ing stood in place with a look of disdain on his face. He extended his hand forward and slammed it down. He said, "As a disciple of the sect, you dare to offend your superiors and attack me. Yi Hen has indeed taught a good disciple." As he spoke, the origin energy in his large hand surged and collided with the sword screen. With a rumble, the sword screen shattered. The palm print blasted on Du Xian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. Although the sect defending array was blocking it, Chiozei and the others were still able to see it clearly, causing them to reveal mocking smiles. They had joined forces to attack Thousand Leaves sect today, thinking that it would be a tough battle, but they never expected that before they could even make a move, Thousand Leaves sect would begin to fall apart internally. The sect master and vice sect master were quarreling incessantly, while the disrespectful disciples took the initiative to attack. However, they were forced to retreat with injuries. From the looks of it, they did not need to do anything to take down Thousand Leaves sect. All they needed to do was stand here and watch the show. Thinking of this, each of them revealed confident expressions. Sect Master Shir's loyalty is truly admirable. Chiozei smiled at Shirtsong Ing and cupped his fists. He had already addressed Shirtsong-ing as sect master, obviously feeling that Yi Hen was unable to make a comeback. Hearing this, Shirtsong-ing returned the gesture. Palace Master Chiu is too kind. This sure is only thinking for the sake of the sect, unlike some people who are blinded by a single leaf and are willing to risk universal condemnation and only bring disaster to the sect. Chiu said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under sect Master Shi's leadership in the future." Shirtsong-ing smiled faintly and lowered his posture. "Then I will have to ask Palace Master Chiu to take care of me in the future." With these words, he was clearly indicating that he would interact more with Sky Illumination Palace in the future, and that he would follow their lead. Yi Hen spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Shirtsong-ing, you will regret this. Our sect ancestors, tens of thousands of years of foundation has been lost at your hands. If you die in the future, how will you have the face to meet our ancestors?" Shirtsong-ing sneered. "I wonder who is the one who doesn't have the face to meet our ancestors? This sure has a clear conscience. Even if my soul returns to the underworld, the sect ancestors will not blame me." Yi Hen's face was pale, and his aura looked extremely weak, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He only glared hatefully at Shirtsong-ing as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, Chiu nodded in satisfaction. "Sect Master Shi, you should hand them over first. We have been waiting here for quite some time." Of course, Shirtsong-ing smiled faintly, looking at the time. They should be here soon. Saying so, he turned his head to look in a certain direction and smiled. "Look, they're here." Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look in that direction. Yi Hen was even more anxious, secretly circulating his source chi, waiting for the moment Shirtsong-ing's mind relaxed before launching an attack. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai's friends to be handed over. However, when he glanced in that direction, Yi Hen's expression turned cold as he furrowed his brow. Shirtsong-ing also seemed to have noticed something wrong, and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other side, a streak of light flew towards them. After a short while, the streak of light landed in front of everyone, revealing a figure. This person appeared to be a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, and was about 50 years old. He was one of the elders who had always followed Shirtsong-ing, and was also one of the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction. However, at this moment, this elder was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Not only that, his aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing this person, Yi Hen could not help but look puzzled. Shirtsong-ing's expression changed greatly as he hurried forward to support the elder, shouting in a low voice, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture them? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the elder replied in horror, "There is a master among them from the Third Order Tao Source Realm. We were no match for him, so 7th Elder and 9th Elder were captured." "What?" Shirtsong-ing turned pale with fright. He was detained? He could not believe his ears. He looked at the injured elder with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He naturally understood the cultivation levels of the people Kai Yang had brought with him. All of them were from the First Order Tao Source Realm, and there was even an Origin King Realm cultivator among them. How could such cultivators be a match for his 3 trusted elders? However, the current situation was that 2 of his trusted aides had been captured, while the last one had fled back here with serious injuries. If not for the elder in front of him being so loyal, Shirtsong-ing would have thought that he was lying to disturb his mind. "Who captured them?" Shirtsong-ing asked in shock. "A woman." "A woman?" Shirtsong-ing had a stunned expression on his face. Seemingly recalling something, he grit his teeth and said, "Are they pretending to be pigs to eat tigers?" He probably felt that Chi Yu was hiding her true cultivation. Therefore, his 3 trusted aides were not strong enough to capture her. However, the elder shook his head and said, "No, I have never seen that woman before. I don't know when she came to the sect." "You haven't seen her before?" Shirt Song Ing was even more confused before he angrily said, "Even if she is from the third order Tao source realm, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated so miserably." He had a look of disappointment on his face, and he was just short of calling this elder a useless piece of trash. That elder said bleakly, "She is definitely at the peak of the Tao source realm, and her attacks have traces of Emperor intent. If not for that, we would not have been able to defeat her. If not, we wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single move." Emperor intent? Shirt Song Ing was truly shocked this time. What did it mean to have Emperor intent in her attacks? It meant that she had comprehended a trace of the Emperor realm's mysteries. In other words, as long as that woman was given enough time, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. A master from the Emperor realm was someone that Thousand Leaves sect could not afford to offend. Shirt Song Ying's heart was in chaos. He glanced at Yi Hen thoughtfully. He thought that the woman must have been arranged by Yi Hen to protect those people, but he knew that he was wrong at a glance because Yi Hen also had a blank look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know when a woman at the peak of the Tao source realm had appeared. No one would believe that the sect master and vice sect master were completely unaware of such a master's arrival in Thousand Leaves sect. Shirt Song Ing could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a little frightened. Chiu Zhe suddenly sneered. "Sect master, sure. Your subordinates aren't very reliable. They can't even take down a few petty thieves." Shirt Song Ing was already feeling annoyed. Now that he heard Chiu Zhe ridicule him like this, he immediately became annoyed. "Palace Master Chiu, you can just watch over our sex matters. There's no need to say anything." Chiu Zhe snorted and slowly stood up from the palanquin. He then walked step by step towards the Great Mountain Barrier Formation, saying, "Originally, this Chiu didn't want to get involved in your esteemed sex matters. However, this matter concerns the surrounding great sections. As the overlord of this region, how can this seat sit idly by?" Just as he finished speaking, an unimaginable aura suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and the world principles were shaken. Everyone who was enveloped by this aura felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain. Breathing became difficult, and the circulation of energy in their bodies became sluggish. Even the Thousand Leaves sect's mountain protecting array began to ripple visibly under the impact of this power. At this moment, Chiu Zhe seemed to have become the master of this world. Everyone's life and death were at his mercy, and no one could resist. Emperor, realm. Mu Guan of White Cloud Tower trembled and almost knelt down. His eyes trembled violently as he looked at Chiu Zhe in disbelief. Everyone else was also shocked, their faces pale. Especially Wan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, his face was pale. Previously, he didn't take Chiu Zhe seriously. After all, they were all from the Third Order Tao Source Realm. Although it was rumored that Chiu Zhe had been in seclusion for more than a decade to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm, he hadn't succeeded. As long as he didn't succeed, everyone would be on equal footing. Wan Hongbo was very unhappy when he saw Chiu Zhe acting all high and mighty. He felt that this guy was taking himself too seriously. If he was already like this before breaking through to the Emperor Realm, what would happen if he broke through? But now, he knew why Chiu Zhe didn't even spare him a glance. It turned out that Chiu Zhe had already broken through his shackles and ascended to the Emperor Realm. Chapter 2337. Thinking of this, large beads of sweat rolled down Wan Hongba's forehead. He realized that Sky Peak Temple's days in the future would not be easy. Originally, Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace were evenly matched in strength, but now that the latter had an emperor, Sky Peak Temple could only express its loyalty if it wanted to survive. Chiuze was now a true overlord. No wonder he was so arrogant and proud of his success this time. Inside the mountain defending array, Yi Hen and the others were also pale with despair. The sect was already in turmoil because of Shirt Songing, causing it to split into two factions. Now, Chiuze had actually advanced to the Emperor realm and was standing right outside the mountain defending array. How were they going to survive? Shirt Songing was also shocked and no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Chiuze. He said in fear, "So Palace Lord Chiu has already advanced to the Emperor realm. This sure congratulates Palace Lord Chiu." Wan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations to Palace Lord Chiu for advancing to the Emperor realm." Chiuze laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Inside the cave, Yang Kai stared at the strange rock, not daring to miss the slightest change. Ever since he shattered the tens of millions of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals and turned them into a sea of spirit chi, an even more powerful devouring force came from the strange rock, constantly devouring the surrounding world energy. As time passed, the crimson glow on the surface of the strange rock became more and more vigorous, and Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. A few days later, Yang Kai gradually realized that things were not as he thought. Lu Yan was not in any danger. Although she had been swallowed by the strange rock, Yang Kai could still feel it. Lu Yan was currently in a deep sleep. She was extremely peaceful, and the aura she unconsciously released was even mixed with a trace of excitement and joy. It was as if this encounter was not a bad thing for her, but an extremely good thing. Could it be that Yi Chong's words were true, and there really was an opportunity here? But this opportunity was useful to Lu Yan. Recalling how Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity, Yang Kai felt that this might be the case. However, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what this opportunity was. The only thing he could do now was to stay by Lu Yan's side and wait for any changes. A day later, the spirit fog in the cave had become extremely thin. Although the spirit energy in the secret realm was extremely rich, the strange rock did not seem to have reached the point of saturation. Yang Kai tossed out tens of millions of source crystals again and did the same thing, allowing the strange rock to devour them. At this moment, the entire strange rock was completely red, as if it had just been scooped out of hot magma. The inside of the cave was also incomparably hot, and the walls of the cave had already melted. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer, but to Yang Kai's surprise and joy, Lu Yan's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and there was also another kind of charm, a kind of charm that couldn't be described clearly. As he watched, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Isn't this just an egg? Previously, he had been prejudiced. He didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he observed it carefully, he found that the oval-shaped, strange rock was like an egg. Thinking of this, Yang Kai remembered that Xiao Xiao and his embodiment had broken out of the dark rock in the past, which was a special way of birth for the stone mongoose. Could it be that Lu Yan would also break out of the strange rock? This strange rock was different from the two strange stones he had obtained in the past, so it was not a product of the stone mongoose clan. Yang Kai didn't know what this strange rock was, but after having this guess, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. If his guess was correct, Lu Yan would eventually break out of the shell, but he didn't know what it would look like. This was really an opportunity for Lu Yan. Time flew by, and another 2 days passed. The speed at which the strange rock devoured the surrounding spiritual chi had obviously slowed down a lot, and it was getting slower and slower. Yang Kai knew that the strange rock should be saturated, and Lu Yan's fate would be revealed soon. So he stared at the strange rock without blinking, his heart in turmoil. Half a day later, just as Yong Kai was feeling uneasy, a crisp sound suddenly came from the strange rock. Yong Kai was shocked when he heard the sound, and quickly looked at the strange rock, only to find that there was a small crack in the middle of the strange rock. When the crack appeared, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and a continuous sound was heard. One crack after another appeared, covering the entire strange rock, as dense as a spider web. Yong Kai's face became serious, and he paid more attention to it, ready to help Lu Yan at any time. Crash after a loud sound. The entire strange rock suddenly fell apart, turning into countless small fragments and falling to the ground. Yong Kai was shocked, thinking that something had happened to Lu Yan, but when he saw a red light appear where the strange rock was, he relaxed. Lu Yan's aura was clearly transmitted from the light, indicating that Lu Yan was fine. The light was fierce, and the entire cave was illuminated red. Yong Kai narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't find any clues. He released his divine sense, but it was also blurred. It seemed that the light had inherited the strange rock's ability to devour divine sense, so he couldn't investigate it clearly. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the red light suddenly disappeared, and the cave returned to darkness. Only then did Yong Kai see the scene in front of him clearly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock and amazement, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, because he saw that in the place where the strange rock was originally located, there was actually the figure of a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, lying on her side on the ground, her small body curled up there, her hands folded under her face, sleeping very peacefully. Yong Kai could clearly hear her breathing. If that was all, it would be fine, but what made Yong Kai feel incredulous was that he actually felt Lu Yan's aura from the little girl. Was this Lu Yan? Yong Kai's eyes almost popped out. Since Lu Yan could transform, she had appeared in front of Yong Kai in the form of a gorgeous woman, wearing revealing clothes, full breasts, and beautiful buttocks. She could arouse one's imagination. But after this sudden change, she had suddenly turned into such a wretched person. Yong Kai simply couldn't accept it. But it didn't make sense to say that she wasn't Lu Yan, because this little girl did have Lu Yan's aura. Not only that, but her fiery red hair was also perfectly inherited, and the soft red hair draped over her body, tightly covering her small body. Yong Kai only noticed now. This little girl was completely naked, but because of the red hair, he obviously didn't notice it. Just as Yong Kai was at a loss, the long eyelashes of the little girl in front of him trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the current situation, raised her eyelids and looked at the stunned face in front of her, and then slowly sat up straight. When she sat up, her long hair suddenly spread out, revealing her white body, but she was obviously still very confused with a sluggish face. Yong Kai quickly turned his head, rummaged through his ring, and directly took out a piece of clothing and threw it at her. In a split second, the large clothes covered her tightly. "Master, what are you doing?" the little girl murmured with some dissatisfaction. She reached out and pulled the clothing off her head, but as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was also stunned, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Then she put her hands in front of her eyes and looked at them in a daze. A moment later, a tragic scream came out of the cave. Half an hour later, Yong Kai and the little girl gradually recovered their emotions. The two of them sat face to face, one with a strange expression, the other with tears in her eyes, and her mouth into a thin line. The little girl was indeed Lu Yan, without a doubt, but they didn't know why she had become like this. At this moment, Lu Yan had already put on Yong Kai's clothes, but the clothes were too loose for her current body size, and coupled with her extremely aggrieved expression, it was enough to melt anyone's heart, and make people couldn't help but hold her in the palm of their hands to protect her. Judging from her appearance, she still bore some resemblance to Lu Yan, but she was a young version of Lu Yan. Her small face was like carved jade, delicate like a porcelain doll, and her skin was fair and rosy. There was still a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks and feel them. Have you seen enough? Lu Yan glared at Yang Kai with a face full of dissatisfaction. Yang Kai shrugged and calmly said, "Do you know that your appearance is not threatening at all?" Lu Yan's teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. After becoming like this, even her voice was like a child's voice, crisp and pleasant, no longer charming like before. All right, Yang Kai comforted her and said with a serious expression, "Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with becoming like this?" "No, it's just that I'm not used to it," Lu Yan replied in a low voice. "Can't you change back to your original appearance?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yan said, "Maybe you haven't noticed, but I already have my own body." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly released his divine thought to investigate, but his divine thought was swallowed up as soon as it fell on Lu Yan's body, so he couldn't detect anything at all. It was the same before, so Yang Kai didn't know much about Lu Yan's changes. Now that he heard her say this, Yang Kai wanted to take a closer look, but he couldn't detect anything with his divine thought, so he could only use his hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately stretched out a hand to pinch Lu Yan's little face. After a little contact, Yang Kai knew that Lu Yan was telling the truth. She did indeed have her own body, because the feeling coming from her fingers was not pure energy, but a real object. Not only that, Lu Yan's little face was no different from a real person's. It was very elastic and wonderful to the touch. Yang Kai believed that there were few people in the world who could compare with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch her face for a while. Lu Yan slapped his hand away in disgust and said, "It hurts." As she said this, she rubbed her cheeks. "How can it be?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Yan was a tool spirit in human form, so it was not impossible for her to have her own body. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir called the incarnation elixir, which could let a cultivator who had lost his physical body rebuild his body. However, refining the incarnation elixir required the incarnation fruit, which was extinct. Chapter 2338. Lu Yan had only been swallowed by the strange stone, but after breaking out of the shell, he actually possessed his own body. No matter how he thought about it, this was simply inconceivable. Didn't this mean that the strange stone had the same effect as the flesh incarnation fruit? Just how heaven-defying was this? Lu Yan frowned slightly and whispered, "I think I understand a little about this situation. I can't say why, but I feel like this body of mine is a puppet." "Puppet?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Yan gently nodded. "And there are many spirit arrays and mysterious traces of refinement in my body. But these traces are natural and ancient. They should have been refined by an almighty master many years ago." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something, whispering, "A spirit-grade puppet." He had previously heard from Hua Qing-si that 1,000-leaf sex puppets were divided into several grades. In addition to the earth-grade and heaven-grade puppets he had seen before, there was an even higher grade spirit-grade puppet. Moreover, it was rumored that spirit-grade puppets already possessed their own sentience. Not only could they think independently, but they could also gradually grow stronger through cultivation. However, even at their peak, Thousand Leaves sect only had a few spirit-grade puppets, and with the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, no one knew where these spirit-grade puppets had gone. Yang Kai didn't believe it at first, but now Lu Yan's situation could only be explained by a spirit-grade puppet. That strange stone wasn't something naturally formed, but rather something refined by a certain master of Thousand Leaves sect. It should be the prototype of a spirit-grade puppet, and after Lu Yan's soul entered it, it broke out of its shell and took its current form. It had completed its final form. In other words, this so-called spirit-grade puppet didn't seem to be born with sentience, but rather formed by fusing the soul of a living being with the puppet's body. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. No wonder Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could naturally see at a glance that Lu Yan did not have a physical body and was just an artifact spirit. There was a prototype of a spirit-level puppet in the cave, which was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Yan. In that case, if he hadn't seen Lu Yan at that time, perhaps he wouldn't have mentioned this opportunity. It was because he saw Lu Yan that he gave him some pointers. However, he didn't point it out too clearly. It was likely that he was a little reluctant to part with it in his heart. That strange stone was probably the last prototype of a spirit-grade puppet in this world. Perhaps no one would be able to refine it in the future. He naturally wanted to leave such a treasure for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect. This guy was a little wishy-washy and sloppy. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but soon he cast this thought aside. No matter what, it was true that Lu Yan now had his own body, although this body looked a little strange. However, compared to her previous incarnation, it was undoubtedly much better, having a body and not having one. They were definitely two different things. Lu Yan seemed to gradually become happy, forgetting all the inconveniences that this small body would bring to her in the future. Placing her two hands in front of her eyes, she turned them over and over again with a smile on her face. How is your soul fusing with this body? Are there any signs of instability? Yang Kai asked worriedly. After all, this spirit-level puppet's body was not something that Lu Yan was born with, so if the fusion between her soul and the body was not perfect, it was very likely that it would bring about very serious consequences. For example, the reason why possession was difficult and the success rate was very low was because of the degree of fusion between the external soul and the body being possessed. If a powerful soul wanted to possess a cultivator, it would need to find a body with the highest degree of compatibility with its own soul. Even so, it was not certain that the possession would succeed, and the slightest mistake would result in failure. Hearing this, Lu Yan shook her head and said, "There's no problem at all. I feel like I've just been born, as if this body was tailor-made for me." Wasn't she just born? Yang Kai had seen her break out of the strange stone with his own eyes, which was equivalent to being reborn. However, Lu Yan's words made him feel much more relieved. He was afraid that this body would not fuse smoothly with Lu Yan's soul, but now it seemed that the Thousand Leaves sex powerhouses had perfectly considered these problems when refining the strange stone and solved them through some special means. Otherwise, they could have refined a humanoid puppet and then forcibly stuffed a living creature's soul into it. It was precisely because of the experience of breaking out of the shell that Lu Yan's soul was able to perfectly fuse with her current body. Yang Kai was secretly impressed. I also have a childhood. Lu Yan's small face smiled like a blooming flower. Be careful that you don't grow up, or you'll be like this for the rest of your life. Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Lu Yan's face suddenly darkened, and after being stunned for a while, she said in a carefree manner, "Then I'll accept it." After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally witnessed the power of a spirit-grade puppet's body. The current Lu Yan could actually increase her strength through cultivation, something that would have been impossible in the past. Previously, Lu Yan was only in human form, so she could only devour fire attribute treasures to increase her strength. The sun's true essence that Yang Kai had obtained in his early years had been constantly used by Lu Yan, and almost half of its energy had been consumed. But now, Lu Yan could actually absorb world energy for her own use. Not only that, But Lu Yen also possessed a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm. This meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, she could cultivate like an ordinary person and become stronger. One day, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Now, she was a completely independent individual. The moment she was swallowed by the strange stone, the connection between her and Yang Kai was severed. Lu Yen had truly obtained a new life. Yang Kai was happy for her, from the bottom of his heart. He had planned to wait until he was strong enough to find the flesh incarnation fruit and refine the flesh incarnation pill for Lu Yen, but he had not expected that happiness would come so quickly. The spirit-grade puppet's body perfectly solved this problem. Yang Kai gave Lu Yen a space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals, various healing pills, cultivation pills, and a few high-grade artifacts that he had no use for. Even the Annihilation Thunder Bead, an Emperor artifact, was given to her to use. This was because the Annihilation Thunder Bead did not need to be refined and could be used as long as one poured their energy into it. This was the most suitable artifact for Lu Yen. This was the first time Lu Yen had her own space ring, and there were so many things that belonged to her. She was overjoyed and kept fiddling with the space ring. A day later, the two of them returned to the array base platform. Yang Kai did not plan to continue exploring this sealed world. He had obtained a lot of benefits from this trip, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. There was no enmity between him and Thousand Leaves sect, and this sealed world belonged to them after all. Yang Kai could not just take away all the good things inside. It would be too unkind of him to do so. Repairing the array base platform was not a difficult task for Yang Kai. In just 4 hours, the sword marks on the platform had disappeared, and the entire platform looked brand new. Yang Kai took out a few source crystals and placed them in the grooves of the platform before circulating his source chi. After a flash of light, there was no one left on the platform. Thousand Leaves sect in a nameless valley. The chirping of birds and fragrant flowers from before had completely disappeared. This place was a complete mess, with traces of a great battle everywhere. Many cultivator corpses were strewn about the valley, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The stench of blood that filled the air was nauseating. At the array base platform, Yi Jinghan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her delicate body was covered in blood, and there was a deep wound that extended from her shoulder to her entire arm. It was a ghastly sight. Beside her, Hua Qingxi, Qiyu Guizhu, Aio Gu Songyun, and the others all looked exhausted. There were more or less injuries on their bodies, with Hua Qingxi having the most serious injuries. She seemed to have suffered internal injuries as her face was completely pale. At this moment, Thousand Leaves sect was facing its greatest crisis in history. Vice sect Master Shirtsong Ing had betrayed them and collaborated with Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master Chiuze to break through Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array in one fell swoop, killing over 1,000 disciples. Yi Hen led several elders to face the enemy head-on, but they were outnumbered. Some died while others were injured. The sect's disciples who could escape also escaped, while those who couldn't were killed or captured. In just half a day, the entire sect had become a ghost town. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in Thousand Leaves Mountain, and countless bones were buried. Even Hua Qingxi and the others were involved. Although Hua Qingxi had touched upon Emperor intent, there was still a large gap between her and Chiuze. After a great battle, Hua Qingxi was lucky enough to survive. With Yi Jinghan's help, she brought Qiyu and the others to hide in this nameless valley. This place had become Thousand Leaves sect's last fortress. Outside the valley, with Chiuze at the head, the masters of the various sects had gathered and were glaring at the valley. "Is this your esteemed sect's forbidden area?" Chiuze stood outside the valley with his hands behind his back, coldly looking ahead, as he asked. His complexion was not as ruddy as before. Although he had the absolute advantage in the battle with Hua Qingxi, he never expected that a mere third-order Tao source realm would almost injure him. That woman was no ordinary cultivator. She most likely came from a top sect, or else she wouldn't have such a powerful background. If there was anyone Qiuzhe was most afraid of right now, it would undoubtedly be Hua Qingxi. He was afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't. But in this situation, he had no choice but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, once news of this spread, and the sect behind that woman found out, Sky Illumination Palace would be powerless to stop them. So, he led his people to this place, but was blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays in the valley. After trying to attack a few times, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays in this valley were not something he could break. So, he could only ask the side. Hearing this, Shirt Songing put on a flattering smile and bowed, reporting to Palace Lord Qiu, "This is indeed our sect's forbidden area. 4 generations. No one other than the sect master has been able to set foot here. Not even you?" Qiuzhe glanced at Shirt Songing indifferently. Shirt Songing said embarrassedly, "I've never entered." Chapter 2339. From now on, you can come and go as you please, Qiuzhe said indifferently. Shirt Songing was overjoyed when he heard this, knowing that Qiuzhe was truly treating him as Thousand Leaves sect master. Of course, this was under the premise that he bowed down. If he dared to have any other thoughts, Shirt Songing would definitely die a miserable death. Qiuzhe's promotion to the Emperor realm wasn't good news for any sect, but for Shirt Songing, preserving his life was the most important thing. The masters from Sky Peak Temple and the other sects were also standing behind Qiuzhe. Seeing how arrogant he was, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. This was the authority of the Emperor realm. Just by standing here, he could make others not even dare to breathe loudly. These masters were all secretly resentful. Why wasn't it them who had been promoted to the Emperor realm? Why did it have to be Qiuzhe? At that moment, an old man suddenly rushed over and cupped his fists behind Qiuzhe. "Palace Lord, Yihen is unwilling to reveal the method to enter the mountain valley." Before Qiuzhe could speak, Wan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple had already started cursing. "That old man, Yihen, doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Palace Lord Qiu is kind enough to not take his life, yet he's still so stubborn." Mu Guan of White Cloud's Tower also said, "Indeed, Yihen refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Palace Lord Qiu, there's no need to be polite with him. Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't break this mountain valley's spirit array." As he spoke, he put on a posture of eagerness to give it a try. Qiuzhe said indifferently, "Do you know that Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years? Even some of the top sects in the Southern Territory may not have existed as long as Thousand Leaves sect. This mountain valley's spirit array was created by someone personally. It was personally set up by a powerful figure tens of thousands of years ago. Even I have no confidence in breaking it. Do you think you can do it with just the few of you?" He had a mocking expression on his face, but Mu Guan and the others didn't dare to refute him. They could only laugh awkwardly. What does Sect Mastershire think? Qiuzhe turned to Shirt Songing and asked. Shirt Songing pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "Yihen is a tough nut to crack. This sure has worked with him for many years. I have a good understanding of his temperament and character, not to mention torturing him. Even if we killed him, he would never reveal the method to break the formation." "Oh, Sect Mastershire has such a high evaluation of Yihen?" Qiuzhe looked at Shirt Songing with some surprise. Shirt Songing said sternly, "He's just a stubborn old man. If not for that, my Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have declined to this point. That's enough. This king has no interest in your Thousand Leaves sect's matters." Just tell me how to break the array. Chiozei interrupted him impatiently. Shirt Songing said, since we can't do anything about Yi Hen, we might as well try to find a breakthrough from someone else. He smiled slyly and said, Yi Hen and his daughter have depended on each other for so many years. Their relationship is not ordinary. Hearing this, Chiozei turned to look at him. His eyes were deep and profound. Shirt Songying's heart skipped a beat, thinking that he had said something wrong. He broke out in a cold sweat from being stared at. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Chiozei suddenly smiled and said, Sect Master Shi, you seem to have watched Yi Jinghan grow up. Don't you have any compassion for her? Shirt Song Ying's expression turned solemn. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she dared to stand in Palace Master Chio's path to unification, she naturally has to pay a price. It is precisely because this Shi is her senior that I want her to grow up quickly. This is also a test of her temperament. So you're saying that you're doing this for her own good? Chiozei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Shirt Song-ing said sternly, this Shi hopes that she can understand this Shi's painstaking efforts. Wan Hongbo and the others listened from the side and broke out in cold sweat. They all glanced at Shirt Song-ing, as if they had only just realized Shirt Song-ying's true colors at this moment. At the same time, they felt sad that Yi Hen had raised such a monster by his side. However, after thinking about it, they were currently enemies with Thousand Leaves sect, so they had no reason to sympathize with him. Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope Sect Master Shi won't disappoint this king. Chiozei smiled faintly. This Shi will do his best. Shirt Song cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Immediately after, he waved his hand and shouted, Bring them here. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hen and a few of the sect's upper echelons that had been following him were brought out of the mountain valley. Once they arrived, they naturally spat out insults at Shirt Song-ing. Their eyes turned red, as they wished they could bite Shirt Song-ing to death. However, Shirt Song-ying's expression didn't change, and his heart didn't skip a beat. It was as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Calmly standing in his original spot, he shouted from within the mountain valley, Nephew Yi, open your eyes and take a good look at who these people beside me are. His voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. It had obviously reached the depths of the valley. Not long after his voice fell, the scenery in the valley suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the illusion array that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years was lifted, and the true valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking over, the figures of Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu, and the others could be clearly seen. They were only a few thousand meters away from Shirt Song-ing and the others, and there was even an array-based platform beside them. Chiozei narrowed his eyes and stared at the platform. In the next moment, he exclaimed in a low voice, a space array? With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the platform was a space array. Furthermore, it was ancient and desolate, as if it had been there for a long time. However, he couldn't understand why there was such a thing in this valley. Where was this array connected to? Chiozei couldn't help but look at Shirt Song-ing suspiciously. Shirt Song-ing was also at a loss. Although he had always known that this valley was Thousand Leaves sect's forbidden area, and that only the sect master could step foot into it, he didn't know what was inside this forbidden area. He had always thought that this forbidden area was the burial ground of Thousand Leaves sect's past sect masters, which was why outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, it seemed that he was wrong. This forbidden area seemed to be connected to another place. Sensing Chiozei's gaze, Shirt Song-ing smiled awkwardly. This is also the first time this Shi has seen this. I wonder what mysteries are hidden within. Chiozei coldly snorted, obviously extremely dissatisfied, but he still said indifferently, that space array should be damaged. Otherwise these people would have already escaped. Shirt Song-ing hurriedly said, "Palace Lord Chio's eyes are truly sharp. To think that you actually thought of this." While the two were talking, Yi Jinghan had already seen Yi Hen, who was forced to kneel on the ground outside the valley. At this moment, Yi Hen was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak. Furthermore, it seemed that his cultivation had been sealed, and he had no strength to resist at all. Yi Hen was already very old, and now that he was being tortured like this, it was one disaster after another. He was constantly coughing up blood, making it hard for anyone to look at him. "Father!" Yi Jinghan cried out in a trembling voice, two streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. The pain in her heart was so great that she could barely breathe. When Hua Qingxi and the others saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly and their hearts filled with sympathy. After Yi Jinghan finished shouting, she glared angrily at Shirt Song-ing. "Let go of my father." Shirt Song-ing grinned. "Martial niece, you're a big girl now, so martial uncle won't talk nonsense with you. It's not impossible for me to let your father go, but you should know what you have to do." At this point, his expression sank, and he shouted in a low voice, "Remove the spirit array in this valley, and martial uncle will spare their lives." Before Yi Jinghan could say anything, Yi Hen shouted, "Jinghan, you can't remove the spirit array, no matter what." Shirt Song-ying's face sank, and he reached out to slap Yi Hen, completely imprisoning him, so that he couldn't even speak. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan immediately cried out, "Don't hurt my father. Martial uncle, sure. You're also a member of Thousand Leaves sect and the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect. Why do you have to do such a thing? When has father ever mistreated you? Please let him go. I beg you." She begged with all her might, making the scene extremely miserable. However, Shirt Song-ing remained unmoved and just shook his head regretfully. "Martial uncle also wants to save your father's life, but martial uncle has no choice right now. I hope you can understand." As he spoke, he took a step forward and arrived behind a second-order Dao Source Realm Elder. Placing his hand on the elder's head, he looked towards Yi Jinghan and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Martial niece, look carefully before you open that spirit array. Martial uncle will kill one person every 10 breaths." As he spoke, he pushed the source chi in his palm, causing the Thousand Leaves sect elder's head to explode before he could even make a sound. His body fell to the ground stiffly. His sudden killing move not only caused Yi Jinghan's face to turn pale and despair to appear in her eyes, even Wan Hongbo, and the others were shocked and secretly horrified. After all, the person Shirt Song-ing was killing was a Thousand Leaves sect elder, a fellow disciple he had known for countless years and had always worked together with. Yet, Shirt Song-ing didn't even bat an eyelid when he killed him. From this, one could see just how vicious and merciless Shirt Song-ing was. Only Chiu Zhe revealed a satisfied smile. "Martial uncle doesn't have much time. Think it over carefully." After Shirt Song-ing killed one of them, he arrived behind another elder and similarly placed his hand on that elder's head. Afterwards, he did not say a single word as he silently stared at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips so hard that they were bleeding. She stared at Yi Hen, only to see Yi Hen continuously shaking her head at her. She knew that her father didn't want her to remove the spirit array. Yi Jinghan was tormented. Although she knew that removing the spirit array wouldn't lead to a good ending and wouldn't improve her father's current situation, she still felt uneasy and guilty when she thought about the elder who had just been killed. She had a feeling that the elder had died because of her, that she had killed him. That elder had watched her grow up and doted on her. He would often play with her when she was young and teach her cultivation when she grew up. But now he had died right in front of her eyes. She could only watch helplessly, unable to lend a helping hand. Seeing that time was slowly ticking away, and Shirt Song-ing was about to kill again, Yi Jinghan was instantly at a loss for what to do. Right at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Shirtsong Ying's face as he moved his hand away from the second elder's head and placed it on the head of the person beside him. Yi Jinghan's face instantly turned pale as her delicate body trembled violently. Chapter 2340. Shirtsong Ying's bloodstained hand was currently placed on top of Du Xian's head. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts. They had grown up together and cultivated together. Their feelings for each other were very deep, and they had long considered each other as their other halves. However, they had yet to reach the grand Tao, so it was not yet time for them to get married. The two of them had also secretly agreed that when they both advanced to the Emperor realm, Du Xian would ask Yi Hen for her hand in marriage and get her to agree to this marriage. They believed that Yi Hen would definitely agree to it when that time came. However, Yi Jinghan never expected that before that day came, her lover would be killed right in front of her eyes. "No, Martial Uncle Shir, please don't." Yi Jinghan's body went limp as she knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Shirtsong Ying's face remained cold and resolute. He remained unmoved as he said indifferently, "Undo the spirit array, and we'll talk about it." Yi Jinghan was at a loss for what to do. Undoing the spirit array was equivalent to exposing Thousand Leaves sect's greatest secret to the enemy, allowing them to explore freely. However, if she did not undo it, Du Xian would immediately die from Shirtsong Ying's vicious methods. She simply did not know what to do. "Yi Zi, ignore him. This old dog has already gone crazy." Du Xian suddenly shouted, "Even if you undo the spirit array, they won't let us go. Big Brother will take his leave first. You must be well, and I will definitely not let you down in my next life." As he spoke, the source qi in his body surged violently, reaching a level that he could not control in an instant. "Humph!" Shirtsong Ying snorted coldly as he extended his hand and slapped Du Xian's shoulder heavily. The violent source qi was instantly silenced. Peace returned. Du Xian was dumbfounded. He could not even self-destruct in the current situation and had completely become a fish on the chopping board. On the other side, Yi Jinghan was also given a fright. She was naturally very clear about what Du Xian was trying to do just now. When she saw Shirtsong Ying seal Du Xian's cultivation, she actually felt some gratitude towards the traitor Shirtsong Ying. Du Xian would definitely self-destruct right under her nose, and Yi Jinghan was certain that she would not be able to accept such an outcome. This unforeseen event had completely crushed Yi Jinghan's psychological defenses. Even though she knew that breaking the spirit array would not end well for her, she still held onto a trace of hope in her heart. Looking at Shirtsong Ying with teary eyes, she said, "Martial Uncle, I can break the spirit array, but you have to let them go. They're not from my Thousand Leaves sect, so this matter has nothing to do with them." What she was referring to, naturally, it was Qi Yu and the others. Hearing her words, Yi Hen slowly closed her eyes. She knew that there was truly nothing she could do to reverse the situation. If Yi Jinghan continued to stand guard there, she might still have a sliver of hope. However, if she were to release the spirit array, her fate would definitely be extremely miserable. However, he was unable to move. He couldn't even speak. They were powerless to stop it. Du Xian was also desperately shaking his head at Yi Jinghan. However, it was to no avail. Shirtsong Ying coldly replied, "Martial Uncle cannot make a decision on this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Zhe said magnanimously, "All right, I'll agree to your request. You just have to obediently undo this formation." "As if I believe you," Hua Qingxi muttered softly. How could she not know that Qiu Zhe was just spouting nonsense? In fact, he had no intention of letting them go at all. In the mountain valley, Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and looked at Qi Yu and the others. "It's my Thousand Leaves sect that has implicated you. I'll open the spirit array and immediately rush out. I'll think of a way to delay you for a while. Hua Qingxi furrowed her brows and replied, Miss Yi, please come with us. She also knew that Yi Jinghan was being forced into a corner. The lives of her father and her lover were in the hands of others, so she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. As such, Hua Qingxi didn't have any intention of blaming Yi Jinghan. However, Qiu Zhe was still here, so she wasn't confident that she could escape with Qi Yu and the others. If she was alone, she might have had a 70 to 80% chance of success. She might not be able to defeat Qiu Zhe, but she still had a chance of escaping. However, Qi Yu and the others were only from the first-order Dao source realm, while Chai, who was only a third-order origin king. Escaping in front of so many masters was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Hua Qingxi secretly decided that no matter what, she would ensure the safety of Qi Yu and the others until Yang Kai came out. In the face of Hua Qingxi's invitation, Yi Jinghan could only smile bitterly and slowly shake her head. Hua Qingxi knew that she had already made up her mind, so she could only sigh and stop trying to persuade her. Why aren't you doing anything? Shirt Song urged impatiently. The source qi on the giant hand above Du Xian's head was fluctuating, as if it would take Du Xian's life at any moment. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled. Not daring to delay any longer, she quickly formed a series of seals with her hands. As the seals flew out, the various trapping arrays, illusion arrays, and killing arrays in the mountain valley were dispelled layer by layer. Qiu Zhe released his divine sense and paid close attention. When he sensed that all the spirit arrays in the mountain valley had been dispelled, he could not help but chuckle. Niece Yi, you're much wiser than your father. After the spirit arrays were dispelled, Yi Jinghan felt weak all over, as if she had completely collapsed. She could only shout softly, "Let's go!" As soon as her voice fell, Hua Qingxi and the others exchanged glances and immediately tried to escape. However, before they could do anything, the array base platform buzzed, and a clear and discernible space force fluctuation spread out. Immediately after, the array base platform emitted a dazzling light. What? Shirt Song Ying, who had already rushed towards Yi Jinghan and the others, froze in place as he stared at the array base platform in a daze. It seemed that he never expected the platform to operate at this moment. Furthermore, from the looks of it, someone was teleporting over. Qiu Zhe's eyes also lit up as he stared at the platform without blinking. When he saw the array base platform earlier, he thought that it had been damaged. If not, why would Yi Jinghan and the others still be trapped in the mountain valley instead of escaping? However, what he saw in front of him now was not what he had imagined. Someone was teleporting over from somewhere else. Didn't that mean that the platform was working? Who was this person, and where was the platform connected to? Unlike Shirt Song Ying, Qiu Zhe, and the others who were at a loss, Yi Hen, who had a defeated expression, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the light, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The entrance to the sealed world had been repaired. The entrance to the sealed world that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years had actually been repaired today. Every generation of Thousand Leaves sect masters had taken it upon themselves to repair the entrance to the sealed world. They had exhausted all their efforts and energy, but none of them had succeeded. However, he had just witnessed the moment the entrance to the sealed world was repaired with his own eyes. In an instant, Yi Hen could not help but feel that even if he died, he would have no regrets. He could not help but laugh foolishly. As long as the entrance to the sealed world was repaired, Thousand Leaves' sect's inheritance would not be severed, and they would have a chance to bring glory to the sect. However, when he thought of the current situation of Thousand Leaves' sect and himself, Yi Hen's heart sank again. He naturally knew who had repaired the entrance to the sealed world. After all, Yang Kai was the only one who had entered during this period of time. Who else could it be but him? While he lamented that his daughter's vision was right, he also secretly regretted that the heavens did not give Thousand Leaves sect a few more days. If they had a few more days, Yi Hen was confident that he could obtain the lost secret arts and secret techniques in the sealed world. That way, he would be able to control the Earth-grade puppets on the main Peaks Plaza. With the help of those Earth-grade puppets, Thousand Leaves sect would not have fallen to their current state. Even if they were not a match for Chiozei and the others, they would still be able to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. However, the entrance had been repaired at this time. Now, not only was Thousand Leaves sect finished, their inheritance of tens of thousands of years would also be destroyed and fall into the hands of others. He felt that with just Yang Kai, he would not be able to stop Chiozei from the Emperor realm. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, two figures gradually appeared on the platform. One of them was Yang Kai, while the other was a little girl who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. This little girl's fiery red hair almost reached her ankles, flowing like a waterfall and extremely eye-catching. Not only that, she was also wearing master's clothes, which were loose and nondescript. At a glance, it was obvious that the clothes belonged to Yang Kai. However, this kind of decoration did not ruin her beauty and instead added a hint of playfulness and cuteness to her, making people reluctant to look away. This was especially true for her pink cheeks, which gave people the urge to pinch them. When the two of them appeared, they clearly did not understand the situation before them. It was only when they smelled the faint scent of blood that Yang Kai's expression sank, and he released his divine sense. In an instant, his expression turned ugly. He saw that Chiyu and the others were all injured and were hiding on the platform. He saw that Yi Hen and Du Xian were imprisoned in place, their auras weak. He saw that Shirt Song Ying's expression was flickering as she hesitated to move forward. He saw that Luo Jin was glaring at him with eyes filled with hatred and resentment. He even sensed the aura of a master from the Emperor realm, young Master Yang. When Hua Qingxi saw Yang Kai appear, she knew that her savior had arrived. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as she smiled bitterly. If you had appeared 1 hour later, we would have been finished. I'm sorry, young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with an apprehensive expression. My Thousand Leaves sect has implicated you. After pausing for a moment, she anxiously said, take them and run. Although she had seen Yang Kai fight before and knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, there was a master from the Emperor realm here. She did not believe that Yang Kai's strength could compare to that of the Emperor realm. Hearing her words, Yang Kai retracted his gaze from Chiozei, and the corners of his mouth rose. This situation is a little complicated. Although he still did not understand how all of this had happened, it was clear at a glance who was friend and foe. Was it that guy who injured you? When Yang Kai asked this, he glanced at Chiozei. Hua Qingxi was already at the peak of the Tao Source realm, so there was no one else present who could injure her besides Chiozei. Yes. Hua Qingxi gently nodded. He seems to be the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his cultivation has not stabilized yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see Sister Hua. Very good. Since he dared to injure my people, he's dead meat, Yang Kai sneered. When he said this, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 2341. A Tao Source realm cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly, saying that he was dead for sure in front of the Emperor realm. Had he lost his mind? Shirt Song Ying, Yi Hen, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Only Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai wasn't joking. Although Yang Kai wasn't from the Emperor realm, he definitely had the strength to fight the Emperor realm. Just his embodiment alone was enough to give Chiozei a headache. If she and Yang Kai fought together, they might be able to fight evenly with Chiozei. So, after Yang Kai appeared, Hua Qingxi's heart calmed down. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was a minor realm lower than hers, Hua Qingxi knew that she was definitely not his opponent. She had never seen a man as dazzling as Yang Kai. No, Hua Qingxi suddenly realized that Yang Kai's cultivation didn't seem to be lower than hers by a minor realm, but rather the same level as hers. When did he break through to the third order Tao source realm? Hua Qingxi was shocked. It hadn't been that long since he broke through to the second order Tao source realm, yet he had broken through again in such a short time. How could this guy cultivate as easily as eating and drinking? Although she was shocked, she was even more delighted. Yang Kai's strength had increased, which meant that the current situation was even more advantageous to them. Ha! Qiu Zhe suddenly chuckled. Although Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, he heard it clearly. A playful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually want to take this king's life?" Luo Jin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Palace Master Qiu, this guy is the one who injured your son. He's Yang Kai." Qiu Zhe's face sank. Even Mu Zheng of White Cloud Tower, Wan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, and the others looked at Yang Kai angrily. Mu Guan from White Cloud Tower and Ku Tian from Heavenly Temple were both killed by Yang Kai. These two had come to the Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble because of Yang Kai. Now that their enemy was right in front of them, they were naturally enraged. "That's right, it's him," Luo Jin replied hatefully. Luo Jin's experience that day in the city lord's mansion was the greatest humiliation of his life, something that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Although Yang Kai had spared his life at the critical juncture, Luo Jin was still unable to forget it. He didn't kill him, but this enmity was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't take revenge. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to wash away his shame. After learning of Yang Kai's identity, the experts from various sects were filled with murderous intent. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was a dead man. However, since Qiu Zhe didn't move, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Are you really Yang Kai?" Qiu Zhe shouted at Yang Kai as if he wanted to confirm it. Yang Kai had a disdainful expression as he sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for this young master's name?" His expression was extremely savage, as if he didn't put Qiu Zhe in his eyes at all. However, Qiu Zhe's expression was calm, and he didn't get angry. Instead, he gently nodded and said, "Very good. This king heard that you refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills in the Four Seasons realm." Yang Kai raised his brow. Pensively, he said, "So, you have an ulterior motive. You want the extraordinary treasure pills? Sorry, I don't have any left." Qiu Zhe said, "It doesn't matter. This king didn't expect to get the extraordinary treasure pills from you, but this king heard that you had taken one. After I capture you and boil you, you should have a trace of the extraordinary treasure pills' medicinal effects." As soon as he said this, even Wan Hongbo and the others who were standing on the same side as Qiu Zhe changed their expressions. They all looked at him as if they couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Boiling someone who had taken the extraordinary treasure pill and obtaining a trace of the extraordinary treasure pill's medicinal effects was something they had never thought of before. It was fortunate that Qiu Zhe could come up with such an idea. But when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. The extraordinary treasure pill had a powerful medicinal effect. After taking it, most of its medicinal effects would be immersed in one's physique and meridians and would be slowly refined by the cultivator over time. So the sooner one took the extraordinary treasure pill, the better. The woman from the octagonal door had taken the extraordinary treasure pill when she was only in the first order Tao source realm. Although she was forced to take it by Luo Yuan, she was able to perfectly display the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill, as long as her aptitude wasn't too bad. and she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, her chances of reaching the Emperor realm would definitely be much higher than others. Chiuze was already in the Emperor realm, so he obviously didn't need the extraordinary treasure pill. He was probably preparing it for Chiuyu. But when they remembered that in order to obtain the medicinal effects of the extraordinary treasure pill, they had to drink a pot of human meat soup first, Wanhongbo, and the others suddenly turned pale as their stomachs churned. They began to sympathize with Chiuyu, wondering how Chiuyu would react if he learned the truth in the future. "You want to boil this, young master?" Yang Kai laughed and retorted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you? Boy, you're quite arrogant." A cold light flashed in Chiuze's eyes as he coldly snorted, "But if you don't have the corresponding strength, your arrogance is just childish and laughable." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky, and a huge hand made of energy slammed down, covering a large area. Chiuze obviously didn't care about the life or death of others, nor did he care about Yang Kai's life or death. To him, it didn't matter whether Yang Kai lived or died. He just needed to take him back and boil him. When the ultimate move appeared, the sky darkened in an instant. Yihen, Du Xian, and the others stared at Chiuze, trembling uneasily, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to help. A fiery red light suddenly burst out, and a hot aura instantly filled the air. A delicate and small figure soared into the sky, heading straight for the giant energy hand. The two collided in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yen let out a cry as her entire body was slapped down. However, the giant energy hand also dissipated under her impact, and the gloomy sky suddenly regained its clarity. **Xiao. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure flickered, and before anyone could see what was going on, that figure had returned to the array base platform. It was Yang Kai who had taken advantage of Lu Yan's attack to flash Yihen, Du Xian, and the others and bring them back. He was proficient in the Tao of space and caught Chiuze off guard. By the time Chiuze reacted, it was too late to stop him. Looking over, all the hostages and captives had been rescued by Yang Kai. Chiuze's face suddenly turned gloomy. He frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and the little girl he had slapped to the ground. Yang Kai's cultivation in the third order Tao source realm might be fast, but Chiuze didn't put him in his eyes. However, the little girl in the nondescript clothes actually took his attack head-on. Chiuze couldn't believe his eyes. Before, he couldn't sense Lu Yan's cultivation, but at that moment, he clearly perceived that Lu Yan was at the peak of the Tao source realm. Not only was Chiuze in disbelief, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that the one who took Chiuze's attack wasn't Yang Kai, but a 7- or 8-year-old girl. How could this little girl survive the attack of a master from the Emperor realm? Didn't she see that she had been slapped into the ground by Chiuze? There was a small, human-shaped crater in the ground. She was probably already smashed to pieces. In an instant, everyone cast looks of disdain at Yang Kai. Even an enemy like Wanhongbo disdained Yang Kai's actions. He felt that this guy had a human face but a beast's heart. He actually sent such a little girl to her death. It hurts so much. A clear child's voice mixed with monstrous anger came from the human-shaped crater. In the next moment, a small head popped out. Lu Yan's face was livid. She jumped out of the crater and patted the dirt off her body. She didn't die. Luo Jin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this little thing to survive Chiuze's attack. Not only did she not die, but she also didn't seem to have any injuries on her body. What kind of monster was this? Yi Jinghan, Hua Qingxi, and the others were also dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Yan in a daze. Suddenly, Hua Qingxi's expression changed, and she asked hesitantly, "Little sister Lu Yan?" When Lu Yan attacked just now, Hua Qingxi had sensed her aura. The two of them had been cultivating in the sealed world bead with Zhang Ruoxi, so they were naturally very familiar with her. Furthermore, this little girl's demeanor and appearance were clearly 70 to 80% similar to Lu Yan's. The only difference was that she was much younger. Hua Qingxi hadn't paid much attention to this little girl before. After all, it was a matter of life and death, so she didn't have time to spare. However, after realizing that this little thing might be Lu Yan, Hua Qingxi could no longer suppress the shock in her heart. But how is this possible? Lu Yan turned around and smiled sweetly at Hua Qingxi, calling out crisply, "Sister Hua, it's Lu Yan. It's definitely Lu Yan." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes widened in an instant as she stuttered. How did you become like this?" Lu Yan replied timidly, "Master said that he likes little girls the most. The younger they are, the more he likes them, so Huh? Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared at Yang Kai. Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he reached out to wipe it. "Don't listen to her nonsense. It's complete nonsense." This time, even Qi Yu and Yi Jinghan cast threatening gazes towards Yang Kai. "Beast, shameless, scum." The three women each scolded him, each word piercing his heart, causing Yang Kai's face to turn green. Hua Qingxi coldly snorted, "You have to stay by my side in the future. Don't be alone with him. Sister Hua will protect you." "Thank you, Sister Hua." Lu Yan smiled innocently. "Are you all right? Were you injured just now?" Although she felt that Lu Yan's condition was fine, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask. She had fought with Qiu Zhe before, and knew how powerful he was. Even she was no match for him. Naturally, she was worried that Lu Yan had been hit. "I'm very well." Lu Yan smiled faintly, but there was no smile in his eyes. There was only a bone-chilling coldness. He glanced coldly at Qiu Zhe as he spoke. When he met her gaze, Qiu Zhe's heart skipped a beat for no reason. An extremely uneasy feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. He made a prompt decision and took a step forward, shouting in a low voice, "Everyone, although the scene is touching, let's end it here. This king doesn't want to start a massacre, so I'll only give you 8 words." At this point, his voice turned cold, and his killing intent surged like a tide. His voice was like the north wind from hell, causing people to shudder. "Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." Chapter 2342. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he took a step forward, withstanding the strong emperor pressure, and said in a deep voice, "Lu Yan, take them into the sealed world. I'll deal with this old man." Qiu Zhe was just an emperor who had just broken through and hadn't stabilized his realm yet, so Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Previously, in the Thousand Leaves Sex sealed world, he had even encountered a third-order emperor realm corpse puppet and had even fought it. Even though he had used all his trump cards and had the help of his embodiment, he still had some experience. How could he be afraid of a mere first-order emperor realm master? He now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, so he could test his strength on Qiu Zhe. The monstrous emperor pressure was almost tangible as it swept over them, making them feel as if they were drowning in water. They couldn't even breathe properly. Yi Hen and the others weren't in good condition to begin with. If Yang Kai wasn't standing in front of them, they would have fainted on the spot. "Master, if you don't mind, why don't you stall for a while and leave the rest to me?" Lu Yan suddenly whispered from behind. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know where Lu Yan got her confidence from. Although she was unscathed after taking Qiu Zhe's blow head-on, and the toughness of a spirit puppet's body was clear at a glance, there were still so many masters here, not to mention Qiu Zhe from the Emperor realm. How could they be so easy to deal with? Yang Kai wasn't confident that he could defeat all of them. He planned to capture the leader of the bandits. It would be best if he could kill Chiu, or at least severely injure him. As long as he defeated Chiu, the rest of them would be in a state of disunity. However, Lu Yan's calm and confident tone made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of trump card Lu Yan, who had a spirit puppet's body, had that gave her the courage to not put so many masters in her eyes. However, now was obviously not the time to ask. Yang Kai just asked indifferently, "How confident are you?" Lu Yan smiled coldly. 100%. Yang Kai turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing that she wasn't joking at all, he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait and see. 10 minutes. As Lu Yan spoke, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. None of them knew what she was going to do, and Yi Hen was even more anxious. She kept winking at Yang Kai, telling him to escape. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi pondered for a while before comforting her. "Sect Master Yi, don't worry. Young Master Yang has his own arrangements. He won't let anything happen to you." Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space, and this was where the array-based platform was located. Even if they were defeated in the end, they could use this array formation to teleport to the secret realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. She was curious about Lu Yan's behavior. He didn't know what she wanted to do. Hearing her say this, Yi Hen could only helplessly compromise, secretly hoping for a miracle. "Sister Hua, keep an eye on them. If you can't handle it, just activate this space array and enter the secret territory," Yang Kai said. Then his aura suddenly soared. Wisps of clear and discernible power of laws lingered around his body. It ignored Chiu's emperor pressure as if it was nothing and cut through it like a sharp sword, instantly breaking it. "You do have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." Chiu's expression turned cold as he exclaimed in surprise. He had already advanced to the Emperor realm, so he naturally knew the huge gap between the Emperor realm and the Tao Source realm. After his advancement, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that he could defeat any Tao Source realm cultivator in 3 moves. He originally thought that under the suppression of his Emperor pressure, no one could move freely here, and he could do anything to anyone. But as soon as Yang Kai moved, he knew that he was wrong. There was actually a Tao Source realm cultivator in this world who could break through his Emperor pressure. The principal strength lingering around the other party was also pure and mysterious, making it difficult to grasp. Chiu instantly realized that Yang Kai was definitely not an ordinary Tao Source realm cultivator. Combined with Hua Qingxi's previous performance, he was even more convinced that these two were definitely from some great sect and had a foundation that others did not have. As he spoke, Chiu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, and his Emperor pressure suddenly increased by a level. With his status as a master of the Emperor realm, it would be a joke if he allowed a Tao Source realm cultivator like Yang Kai to rush in front of him. So, Chiu spared no effort in this attack. In fact, it worked very quickly. As soon as he formed the seal, Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze. His calm expression turned to one of difficulty, and his movements slowed down like a ghost in an instant. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. Luo Jin's expression was ferocious as he held the jade, scepter-like artifact in his hand. He poured source chi into it with all his might as he shouted, "Die, you brat." As he spoke, he viciously struck Yang Kai. He came here with Chiu to take revenge on Yang Kai. He also knew that with his ability, his chances of killing Yang Kai were slim. Back in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai was only a second-order Tao Source realm cultivator, yet he could not fight back. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the third order, the gap between them had widened. It was even more impossible for Luo Jin to be his opponent. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only rely on Chiu's power. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Yang Kai was suppressed by Qiu Zei's emperor pressure and could not display any of his strength. Once he was struck by Qiu Zei's artifact, he would definitely die. In any case, Qiu Zei did not care whether Yang Kai lived or died. As long as he took his corpse back and boiled it into a medicinal soup, Luo Jin felt that his actions would not offend him. At that moment, Luo Jin made his move without hesitation. All the shame and humiliation he had suffered at Yang Kai's hands erupted. With one strike, the void collapsed. The jade scepter seemed to contain a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and a destructive aura rushed towards Yang Kai. The smile on Luo Jin's face grew even more ferocious. His pair of red eyes faintly showed the thrill of revenge, as if he could already see Yang Kai being killed by him in one strike. Even Qiu Zei cooperated with Luo Jin's actions at that moment. He secretly condensed his emperor pressure and turned it into a binding force to imprison Yang Kai's movements. Kong, the jade scepter smashed down, and a black hole appeared where Yang Kai was, leaving nothing behind in a 10-meter radius. Luo Jin landed on the ground and looked at the black hole in front of him that seemed to be the mouth of a beast. He could not help but laugh out loud. "Not good," Qiu Zei shouted in a low voice as his expression changed abruptly. He had been using his emperor pressure to bind Yang Kai the entire time. The moment Luo Jin's jade scepter smashed down, he felt Yang Kai mysteriously disappear. He had no idea how Yang Kai disappeared, as if he could not grasp any trace of Yang Kai due to a moment of carelessness. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. The sinister voice was like a soul-stirring voice that suddenly rang out behind Luo Jin, causing his hair to stand on end and his blood to flow backward. Even the soles of his feet were cramping up. "City Lord Luo, be careful. Behind you," Wan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others shouted in unison as they looked behind Luo Jin in horror, as if they had seen something inconceivable. A strand of cold sweat trickled down Luo Jin's forehead. In that instant, Luo Jin's perception was magnified infinitely, and he could clearly feel the cold and murderous intent behind him. Without any hesitation, he was about to escape, but before he could do anything, he felt a slight pain in his chest. His entire body froze on the spot, and the blood and origin chi that were surging through his body completely froze at this moment. His eyes widened in horror as he lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see the tip of a large sword piercing through his chest. The bright red blood on the blade was extremely dazzling. "I spared your life before, but unfortunately, City Lord Luo didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, you can die early and reincarnate early." Yang Kai snorted coldly as he stirred the myriad's sword in his hand, activating his source chi. Luo Jin did not even have the chance to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist that scattered all over the ground. Luo Jin was an ungrateful person. Previously, Yang Kai spared his life because of his relationship with Luo Bing, but not only did he not restrain himself, he even repaid kindness with enmity by following Qiu Zei and the others to attack Thousand Leaves sect. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be lenient. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Luo Jin's ring and jade scepter-like artifact before stuffing them into the sealed world bead. A cool breeze blew as Yang Kai held the myriad's sword in his hand, his clothes fluttering in the wind as his murderous, intent sword, as if there was no one else present. A series of gasps rang out as Mu Zheng, Wan Hongba, and the others involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock as they were completely dumbfounded. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Luo Jin would die just like that. Luo Jin was a master of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and his strength was on par with theirs. None of them had the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, but now he had been killed by Yang Kai in a single exchange. And this was under the premise that Chiu was suppressing him. If Chiu had not been suppressing him, wouldn't he have died even faster? Who was this little brat? Could it be that he was a master of the Emperor realm who had concealed his cultivation to toy with them? Mu Zheng and the others had ugly expressions on their faces, as they faintly felt that following Chiu to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble was probably not a wise move. Yang Kai was only in the third order Dao source realm, yet he was already able to do this. If he had advanced to the Emperor realm, how could they possibly survive? For a moment, the masters of the few great sects were filled with worry and anxiety. On the other side, Yi Hen's face was also filled with shock, but he was even more excited. Although he had long heard of Yang Kai's strength from Yi Jinghan, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Thousand Leaves sect might still be saved. A sliver of light reignited within Yi Hen's originally dim eyes. Gently patting Yi Jinghan's hand, he said in a weak voice, "Jinghan, you've got a good eye. If we're able to escape from this calamity, in the future, you must definitely interact more with young Master Yang. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts and had long since fallen in love with each other, he would have betrothed his daughter to Yang Kai. If such a young man with such a bright future could join Thousand Leaves sect, it would naturally be a great thing for the sect." "Yes, father." Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes also lit up, her heart filled with joy. A few days ago, Yang Kai had created a miracle in the city lord's mansion, suppressing so many masters with his own strength that they were unable to catch their breath, and swaggering out of the city gates with his new bride. Today, in Thousand Leaves sect, with a master of the Emperor realm present, could he still create a miracle? Chapter 2343. How dare you kill someone in front of this king? How dare you, brat? Chiu was enraged as he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had personally suppressed Yang Kai, yet the latter had still killed Luo Jin. If news of this were to spread, everyone would think of him as a paper tiger. This was his first battle after advancing to the Emperor realm. He had come here to establish his might, but he had not expected things to go against his wishes. Yang Kai killing Luo Jin was tantamount to slapping his face. How could Chiu endure such humiliation? As soon as he finished speaking, Chiu flicked his wrist, and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered in dense energy fluctuations and was covered in layers of barriers. It was obviously a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Furthermore, it was connected to Chiu mind and had been sacrificed by him. Chiu had just advanced to the Emperor realm and did not have an Emperor artifact on hand. However, if he was given some time to refine and nurture this spear, he might be able to upgrade it to an Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to do so. He was forced to use an artifact to deal with a Dao Source realm cultivator. Although it was a little disgraceful, Chiu could not care less right now. With the spear in hand, Chiu's aura rose again. The blood-red spear was closely connected to his own aura, as if the two had completely merged into one. Chiu roared and took the initiative to attack, hoping to kill Yang Kai in a single blow and save face. Asterisk chi, asterisk countless blood-red spear phantoms shot out, bombarding Yang Kai like a swarm of locusts. The entire sky suddenly turned blood-red as a thick murderous intent and violent power filled the air, causing everyone's faces to fill with shock. Yang Kai's myriad sword was waiting for an opportunity. His sword intent fluctuated. Sword waves appeared as he shouted. Myriads of swords, one man holds the pass. At this moment, he was standing between Chiyu and Chiu, so there was no way for him to dodge Chiu's attack. If he dodged Chiyu and the others would definitely be enveloped by the spear waves. Chiu-Zei's attack was not only a sneak attack, but also a clever use of Yang Kai's concern for Chiyu and the others. It was truly despicable. If it had been an ordinary third-order Dao source realm, they wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack at all. They would have been blasted to smithereens by this attack. However, Yang Kai wielded an Emperor artifact and used a defensive move to neutralize Chiu-Zei's power. Boom, boom, boom. The spear and sword radiance collided in midair, and the energy tide surged uneasily. The void trembled, and heaven and earth collapsed. Chiu-Zei's expression changed abruptly. He took a step back and brandished his spear. It turned a hidden crescent blade that came along with the sword ray into powder. On the opposite side, although Yang Kai didn't move at all, blood splattered all over his body with a few sizzling sounds. He seemed to have suffered a small loss in this exchange. Chiu-Zei was the Emperor realm after all. The fact that Yang Kai was able to exchange a blow with him was already a reflection of his strength. If he was really unscathed, it would be too terrifying. Brat, you dare to plot against me? Despicable. Chiu-Zei was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He had attacked too quickly just now, so he didn't see the true appearance of the crescent blade. He only knew that the attack was very mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Old man, don't you feel embarrassed saying that?" Chiu-Zei naturally knew what he meant, but he had no intention of arguing with him. He pulled his spear and unleashed another move. It shattered the sky and headed straight for Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was furious. This old man knew that he couldn't dodge at will, so every move was ruthless, forcing him to fight head-on. If Chiyu and the others weren't behind him, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. However, he couldn't ignore the safety of Chiyu and the others. Yang Kai wasn't the only one who knew this. Everyone else saw it clearly. Wan Hongba and the others all looked embarrassed, secretly thinking that Chiu-Zei didn't have the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm at all. He was simply a hooligan. But now that everyone was tied to the same rope, they didn't dare to say anything even if they felt threatened in their hearts. "You're opening a dye house just because I gave you some face? Old dog, you're so shameless." Yang Kai roared angrily. He channeled his source energy into the myriad sword and met the attack head-on. The tip of the sword cut through all the spear lights, instantly falling apart. Chiu-Zei's expression changed drastically. His opponent, a third-order Dao source realm cultivator, was actually on par with him. If he didn't have his companions behind him, wouldn't Chiu-Zei be no match for him at all? After breaking through Chiu-Zei's attack, Yang Kai didn't stop at all. With a flick of his fingers, a dozen crescent blades whistled through the air. Chiu-Zei's eyes narrowed. This time, he could clearly feel that the crescent blade-like pitch-black energy attacks contained rich spatial power. They fluctuated and changed, making it impossible for him to grasp the trajectory of the crescent blades. "Spatial law," Chiu-Zei exclaimed. His body trembled as his emperor intent spread out, forming an emperor territory that spanned 100 feet around him. When the emperor territory appeared, he finally figured out the direction of the crescent blades. His spear kept flicking, breaking the crescent blades one after another. In an instant, Chiu-Zei was drenched in cold sweat, his expression horrified. When Yang Kai displayed extraordinary combat strength, he didn't panic too much. Even when they were evenly matched, he only felt that Yang Kai was a promising talent. But when he realized that Yang Kai was proficient in spatial law, he had a bad feeling. Spatial law was so strange and unorthodox. Ordinary people couldn't even comprehend it, much less learn it. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. There were many powerhouses in the Emperor realm and the astral plane, but how many of them truly understood spatial law? But this young man in front of him could use spatial law against his enemies, casually flicking out space blades. What did this mean? It meant that his attainments in the Tao of space had already reached the pinnacle. Such a person would definitely have a bright future and would become a great talent in the future. Wouldn't Qiu Zhe be dead for sure once he succeeded in his cultivation? With this thought in mind, how could Qiu Zhe still care about showing off? Only the words "cut the weeds and dig up the roots" kept flashing through his mind. He shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you attacking?" With this shout, everyone suddenly came to their senses. They had come here to cause trouble for Thousand Leaves sect, not to watch a show. Furthermore, they had killed so many of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples before, so if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to exterminate them, once they gave Thousand Leaves sect a chance to breathe, they might just rise from the ashes and rise again. "Palace Lord Qiu, I'll help you." A loud shout rang out as a figure rushed out. To everyone's surprise, the first to respond to Qiu Zhe's call was not Wan Hongbo or Mu Zheng, but Thousand Leaves sect Shirt Songing. He looked like he had a deep grudge against Thousand Leaves sect, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai and the others right now. As he spoke, he summoned his artifact and sent a surge of source qi towards Yang Kai. Since Shirt Songing had already moved, how could Mu Zheng, Wan Hongbo, and the others just stand there and do nothing? After a brief moment of hesitation, they all gritted their teeth and acted. In an instant, more than a dozen rays of light from artifacts and secret techniques belonging to the Third Order Tao Source realm enveloped Yang Kai, bombarding him with attacks. Although Yang Kai was powerful and his strength had skyrocketed after his advancement, allowing him to fight evenly against Qiu Zhe, it was naturally difficult for him to fight against so many people at once. He was instantly trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. In just 3 breaths of time, he was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. After Yang Kai was trapped, the other cultivator from Sky Illumination Palace, White Cloud Tower, and Sky Peak Temple circled around the battlefield and rushed towards Qi Yu's group. Hua Qingxi's face immediately turned cold when she saw this and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yi, take them back into the sealed world." Yi Jinghan asked, "What about you?" Hua Qingxi glanced at Lu Yan, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and said, "I have to stay here." Who knew what Lu Yan was up to, but he hadn't moved since he sat down. Hua Qingxi naturally couldn't ignore him. What Hua Qingxi didn't expect was for Yi Jinghan to nod her head in response to her persuasion. "This is a matter of life and death. For my Thousand Leaves sect. How can we run away?" Yi Hen also nodded. "That's right. Even as an outsider, young Master Yang was able to solve this problem for my Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi is the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect. How can I shrink back here? Even if I have to bleed 5 steps, this old master will never leave." After he said this, the others also nodded, looking as if they had no regard for life or death. "You guys are really—" Hua Qingxi stamped her feet anxiously, but when she saw the resolute expressions on the faces of Yi Hen and the others, she knew that her persuasion was useless, so she could only turn her head to look at Qi Yu and the others. Qi Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "One more person means one more strength. Elder sister, please don't try to persuade us. It wasn't easy for us to reunite with little brat Yang. If we separate again, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again." Ai, Hua Qingxi sighed. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, she could only say, "Then everyone be careful." As they spoke, they were already surrounded by countless cultivators. However, it was unknown what these cultivators were afraid of, but they didn't immediately attack them, instead choosing to observe them vigilantly. Right at this moment, a roar suddenly rang out from Yang Kai's side. It seemed that Yang Kai was truly enraged. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed out, devouring Yang Kai in an instant. How could Yang Kai withstand the joint attack of more than 20 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm and one from the Emperor realm? At this critical juncture, he could only teleport out and appear in front of Hua Qingxi and the others in an instant. His sudden appearance gave the cultivator from the various large sects a fright, and they all retreated. Yang Kai was someone who could exchange blows with Qiu Zhe and kill Luo Jin in a single blow. How could they not be afraid? In an instant, a large space was emptied out around the array base platform. The rumors are indeed true. It's a good thing to be proficient in the power of space. Qiu Zhe's slightly envious tone came from the periphery. Then the crowd took the initiative to part. With Qiu Zhe in the lead, more than 10 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm strolled over and stood a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai pursed his lips with an arrogant look on his face. Although he was no match for so many powerhouses, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Furthermore, he had retreated to the array base platform, so he could advance and retreat as he pleased. There was no fear at all. At most, he could just activate the space array and bring Qi Yu and the others back to the mystic realm. Furthermore, he hadn't even used his trump card yet. Previously, he was restrained because he was afraid of harming the innocent. Now that he was here, he had no more worries. Chapter 2344. Kid, you're proficient in the power of space. I really don't have the confidence to keep you here. Qiu Zhe looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. He had sensed from their previous exchange that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his at all. It could even be said that Yang Kai was slightly stronger than him. In addition, Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space. Qiu Zhe really did not have the confidence to keep him here. In other words, Yang Kai could leave at any time if he wanted to. Even if Qiu Zhe was not convinced, he could only watch. In reality, Yang Kai did not leave because he still had many friends here. It was impossible for him to escape alone. Thus, Qiu Zhe did not panic. He only smiled sinisterly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But these people... He did not say much, but the threat in his words was obvious. Old dog Qiu Zhe, you're really shameless. Yi Hen roared. Qiu Zhe was indifferent. He only looked at Yang Kai and said, Kid, think about it carefully. Are you going to escape on your own, or stay here to share the joys and sorrows of these people? Although he said that, he was really afraid that Yang Kai would not care about these people's lives and escape alone. If that was the case, he would have to live in fear for the rest of his life. Yang Kai was already so powerful in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor level, how could Sky Illumination Palace stop him? Such an enemy was either not provoked or eliminated by the roots. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Qiu Zhe was gambling. He was gambling that Yang Kai would not leave these people alone. He was very confident that Yang Kai would not escape alone. As long as he did not escape, everything would be fine. He had so many powerhouses under him. Why would he be afraid that he could not kill him? He would have to pay a price today. He would have to kill Yang Kai here, Wan Hongba, and the others were obviously thinking the same thing as Qiu Zhe. Thus, although their expressions were ugly, they did not retreat. They looked at Yang Kai with murderous intent. Yang Kai stood on the formation base platform and looked around. It was as if he wanted to remember each and every one of the people who made things difficult for him. Any cultivator who met his gaze was shocked. They all averted their gazes, terrified to the extreme. Very well, you forced me to do this. I hope you won't regret it. Yang Kai grinned, and a bracelet-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Rich energy fluctuations pulsed from this bracelet. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the key point was that a clear trace of Emperor aura and Emperor intent spread out from the bracelet the moment it appeared. An Emperor artifact! Qiu Zhe's eyes narrowed with a burning light. The others also had an expression of disbelief. All of them widened their eyes. The myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand was definitely an emperor artifact, something they had already experienced deeply. It was already shocking enough for a Dao Source realm cultivator to possess an emperor artifact, but he actually had another. Where did this brat come from? How could he have so many emperor artifacts? While Chiu was terrified, his eyes were bloodshot. He had finally advanced to the emperor realm, but he had no emperor artifact to use. Yang Kai, a Dao Source realm cultivator, actually took out 2 emperor artifacts at once. How could Chiu not be envious? At this moment, Chiu didn't even bother to guess what great force was behind Yang Kai. He only wanted to quickly destroy Yang Kai and snatch these 2 emperor artifacts. With his current cultivation, if he had these 2 emperor artifacts, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Attack! Chiu shouted angrily and was the first to rush towards Yang Kai. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to hesitate and followed suit. The faces of Yihen and the others changed drastically. Their faces were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Even Hua Qingxi's pretty face was solemn. However, Yang Kai didn't let them retreat into the sealed world. Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai must have his own plans, so she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to see what other trump cards Yang Kai had that could withstand the attacks of so many masters. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bracelet. Immediately after, a large black mass suddenly flew out from the bracelet. A continuous buzzing sound rang out, as if an invisible hole had been opened in the bracelet. Countless black objects were released. In the blink of an eye, the array base platform was shrouded in black, leaving no room for escape. Insects. Hua Qingxi let out a delicate cry as she was finally able to clearly see what these black things were. Surprisingly, they were black insects about the size of a grain of rice. There were countless of them, and they had gathered together to form a cloud of insects, forming a protective barrier around them. Hua Qingxi could clearly sense an aura from these insects that made her feel uncomfortable. This aura was very similar to the aura of the ancient giant demon outside Maplewood City. This discovery gave Hua Qingxi a fright. How could she not know that these insects were a little strange? No matter what they were, if they had the aura of the ancient demonic qi, they definitely weren't to be trifled with. The cloud of insects appeared and buzzed, forming an impenetrable defense around the array base platform. Chiu and the others attacked together, using all kinds of secret techniques and secret treasures to bombard the cloud of insects. Countless black insects were knocked dizzy and fell to the ground. Chiu solemn expression suddenly changed. He was still on guard against Yang Kai, fearing that Yang Kai would use some kind of trick, but when he saw that these strange insects couldn't even withstand a single blow, he immediately relaxed. He felt that Yang Kai had run out of tricks up his sleeve. Chiu was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use his ultimate move to break through the insect cloud's defense, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the insects on the ground. He saw that the black insects that had been swept to the ground were all unharmed. They only lightly shook their wings and became lively again. Not only that, but as if they had been attacked, these black insects all exuded a violent and ruthless aura as they pounced on the nearby martial artists. What the hell was this? Chiu-Zei's heart skipped a beat, but before he could figure it out, a pitch-black insect had already pounced on him. Then, Chiu-Zei suddenly felt a slight pain in his sea of consciousness, as if something had pricked him. With that, he was shocked to discover that a corner of his consciousness was missing. These black insects could actually devour his divine sense? Chiu-Zei was scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly saw that the insect had pounced on his arm through several layers of clothes. Even if he was bitten, it could only have bitten his arm, But why didn't his arm hurt? Instead, a corner of his divine sense was missing. Just as he was hesitating, he felt another slight pain in his knowledge sea. His divine sense was missing again. These black insects were strange. Chose didn't dare to be careless. At this rate, if he didn't do anything, wouldn't his divine sense be completely devoured by these black insects? If that happened, he would definitely die. In his shock, he activated his source energy and the Imperial territory exploded, sending the insect flying. What he couldn't believe was that even so, the black insect didn't die. Instead, it persevered and pounced on him. However, it was blocked by the Imperial territory and couldn't get close to him at all. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, followed by countless screams. Those screams were extremely mournful, as if they were enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Chose turned his head and looked. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his heart. He saw that the cultivator of several great sects, including his own sky illumination palace, were all surrounded by these black insects. The cultivator of the Third Order Tao Source realm and the Second Order Tao Source realm were better off. Although they were in a sorry state, their lives weren't in danger. However, the cultivator of the First Order Tao Source realm and the Origin King realm were in a miserable state. They couldn't avoid the black insects at all. Many of them were covered by the black insects and could no longer be seen. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator surrounded by the black insects fell silent. When the black insects dispersed, all of them were lying motionless on the ground. Their bodies weren't damaged at all, but their scattered and frightened eyes showed that they had encountered something extremely frightening before they died. How could Chose not know that these cultivators' divine sense had been devoured by these black insects? He himself had suffered such an attack. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been lying on the ground by now. Swathes of cultivator fell, struggling and wriggling, but no one could escape the fate of death. In just 5 breaths, more than half of the cultivator of several great sects had died. This was simply a massacre, a one-sided massacre that was devoid of humanity. Not to mention Wan Hongbo. And the others, even the initiator, Yang Kai, showed a look of horror after seeing this scene. This was the first time he had used the soul-devouring insects against an enemy since he had completely subdued them. Although he knew that the soul-devouring insects could play a big role, he didn't expect them to be so powerful when their numbers reached a certain level. The situation in front of him stunned him. Soul-devouring insects continued to fly out of the insect enslavement bracelet. When the last soul-devouring insect flew out of the insect enslavement bracelet, there were more than 1 million soul-devouring insects in the valley. Dark clouds of insects gathered around the cultivator, who was still suffering in pain, waiting for an opportunity to take a bite out of them. No matter what kind of defensive artifact these cultivators summoned, they couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from devouring them. Even the source chi in the cultivator's body was now considered delicious food by the insects. More and more cultivator fell dead on the ground. The Origin King realm cultivator of the First Order Tao Source realm had long since died. Under the siege of the soul-devouring insects, these weaker cultivators had no power to fight back. Gradually, the Second Order Tao Source realm cultivator couldn't hold on any longer. Their source chi and divine sense were devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Although their bodies weren't damaged at all, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. However, even with all their strength, they couldn't kill even one soul-devouring insect. The vitality of the evolved soul-devouring insects seemed to be extremely tenacious. Even if they were occasionally knocked unconscious by the cultivator, they would soon wake up and rejoin the battle. Yi Hen and the others were stunned. Hua Qingxi and the others were also stunned. Each and every one of them stood on the platform of the array base, looking at this inhumane slaughter. Their feelings were extremely complicated. These people were still flaunting their prowess earlier, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would become cold corpses. How could the impermanence of the heavenly Tao be enough to describe this? Chapter 2345. Ever since Yang Kai summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released the soul-devouring insects, 70% of the cultivator who came to cause trouble had died in less than 30 breaths of time. Even several third-order Tao source realm cultivators couldn't escape this calamity. The soul-devouring insect's powerful combat strength was something Yang Kai hadn't expected. It was easy to imagine that even someone like Qiu Zhe from the Emperor realm would be killed by them if given more time. Wan Hongba and the others were scared out of their wits. They had come with Qiu Zhe to avenge the deaths of Kutian and the others, but not only did they fail to do so, but they also suffered heavy losses. This had already damaged the foundation of Sky Peak Temple, and the people he brought were all elites of Sky Peak Temple. The same was true for the other sects, each of them suffering heavy losses. At this point, he already regretted coming to Thousand Leaves sect. If he hadn't come, how could this have happened? He could have hugged his two beautiful female disciples, drinking and singing. Wan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer, as Qiu Zhe was unable to turn the tide. Seeing all the familiar and unfamiliar cultivators fall dead around him, Wan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer. If he stayed in this situation, only death would await him. He tried his best to circulate his source qi, shaking off the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around him as he roared, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out of the valley. The others didn't dare delay, and they all used their movement skills to fly out. "You want to leave now? It's too late. All of you stay here." A crisp voice suddenly rang out. On the platform of the array base, Lu Yen, who had been motionless with her beautiful eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her clear gem-like eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Ever since the battle began, Lu Yen had been sitting there cross-legged, motionless. No one knew what she was doing, not even Yang Kai. At this moment, seeing her suddenly move, he naturally couldn't help but look at her curiously. Lu Yen suddenly formed a seal with her two small hands and shouted, "Azure Dragon!" After forming the seal, she directly blasted towards a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak had an extremely strange shape. It looked as if a real dragon was crouching there. As the imprint entered, the mountain suddenly buzzed. Then, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the inside of the mountain. At the same time, the mountain that had been silent for tens of thousands of years seemed to have been given life. The vegetation on the mountain swayed, and the rocks cracked. On the dragon head of the mountain, two huge eyes suddenly opened. It contained supreme dragon might. Rumble, the mountain peak suddenly soared into the sky. Along with the falling rubble, a colossus that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. This colossus shook its head and wagged its tail, exuding a magnificent aura. Everyone froze on the spot. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, everyone felt a sense of insignificance, as if they were insignificant ants in front of the Azure Dragon. True Dragon. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that such a true dragon was actually hiding under a mountain peak in Thousand Leaves sect. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. This true dragon did not have the slightest hint of life. Although its dense dragon might was extremely clear, it was definitely not a living creature. A heaven puppet, Yi Hen was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the Azure Dragon in the sky. In an instant, tears streamed down his face as he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to hold the Azure Dragon in his hand. He choked with sobs and cried out involuntarily, "That's a heaven puppet? Father, you're saying that this is our Thousand Leaves Sect's heaven-grade puppet?" Yi Jinghan immediately understood what Yi Hen meant, causing her to feel extremely shocked. Many of Thousand Leaves Sect's secret arts and secret techniques had been lost for tens of thousands of years, causing their Tao of puppetry to plummet. Not to mention the heaven-grade puppets. Even the earth-grade puppets in the square were not something that anyone in Thousand Leaves Sect could control. As for the heaven puppet, even Yi Jinghan did not know where it was hidden. Yi Hen had never mentioned this to her before. It turned out that the heaven puppet had always been right under her nose. Yi Jinghan raised her eyes to look around, looking at the oddly shaped mountain peaks of various sizes in the distance. It turned out that these mountains were where the heaven puppets were hidden. After tens of thousands of years of being exposed to the elements and covered in dust, they had all been hidden under these mountains, quietly sleeping. Today, after tens of thousands of years, a heaven puppet had finally been awakened, flying into the sky and revealing its magnificent figure. This was an inconceivable matter. Furthermore, the one who had awakened and controlled this heaven-grade puppet was not a member of Thousand Leaves Sect, but a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age who had never been seen before. Yi Hen looked at the azure dragon in the sky, then back at Lu Yen, his old eyes burning with passion. He did not know why this little girl was able to control the heaven puppet, but he knew that she was with Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai should have found the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves Sect. Thousand Leaves Sect was truly saved. Yang Kai raised his brow. After thinking about it for a moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Yen was able to control the heaven-grade puppet. This was most likely related to her current soul puppet body. Perhaps her soul puppet body possessed the ability to control the heaven puppets. No wonder she had asked him to delay for a while and left the rest to her. So this was the reason. Since Lu Yen could even control the heaven-grade puppet, it was indeed enough to sweep through this place. Even though this heaven-grade puppet had been sleeping for countless years, Yang Kai could still feel that it definitely possessed the strength of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary one from the Emperor Realm. The tyrannical aura radiating from the Azure Dragon heaven-grade puppet was in no way inferior to the corpse puppets in Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. Within the Thousand Leaves Sect, the disciples who were either hiding or injured suddenly let out shouts and cries. Their shouts and cries rang out in all directions. Even though no one had told them, they could still sense that this was the sect's heaven-grade puppet. The disciples were proud of the sect, and the sect was proud of the disciples. The heaven-grade puppet's reappearance after tens of thousands of years was a sign of Thousand Leaves Sect's prosperity. Every Thousand Leaves Sect disciple's heart surged with excitement, unable to control themselves. On the other side, Shirt Song Ying, who was fleeing in panic, was dumbfounded. A wave of regret surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the leader of Thousand Leaves Sect's new faction, and had always felt that the sect should not be so rigid in adhering to the Tao of puppetry left behind by their ancestors. Instead, they should learn other secret arts and secret techniques to increase the strength of Thousand Leaves Sect. As such, his relationship with Yi Hen had never been very harmonious. This time, when Xiaozhe brought people to Thousand Leaves Sect to cause trouble and revealed a bit of the Emperor Realm's cultivation, Shirt Song immediately betrayed them. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure Yi Hen, he even activated the sect defending array. Otherwise, Thousand Leaves Sect would not have suffered so many casualties. Thousand Leaves Sect's sect defending array was not that easy to break. Shirt Song originally thought that after today's matter, he would be able to become Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master and wield the authority of the sect, carrying out his ideals. However, to his disappointment, Just a single Yong Kai was enough to render them powerless. And now, even a heaven puppet had reappeared in the world. Shirt Song Ying's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known that a heaven puppet would be awakened one day, why would he have needed to scheme so insidiously? Wouldn't it have been better to just obediently be his vice sect master? He might even have been able to get a heaven puppet to play with. At that time, even Chiozei would have to act according to his wishes. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A scene that caused Shirt Song-ying to feel even more despair appeared. After awakening the Azure Dragon Heaven puppet, Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards another mountain range. That mountain range also looked like a monster beast, and it was a bird-type monster beast at that. However, no one knew what it looked like. Vermilion Bird, the mountain range rumbled, accompanied by the crisp cry of a bird. The celestial puppet Vermilion Bird, whose entire body was covered in red flames, soared into the sky. The grass, trees, and stones that had covered its body for tens of thousands of years fell down with a crash. Its beautiful and powerful figure was clearly visible. White Tiger. Lu Yen formed a seal again. A tiger's roar resounded through the forest as the third mountain peak collapsed. A huge, snow-white tiger leapt out, its fangs flickering with a cold light that caused one to shudder. Black Tortoise. The fourth mountain peak shattered, and the gigantic black tortoise heavenly puppet slowly crawled out. Its sturdy and spacious shell could even carry an entire city. Yi Hen's entire body was shaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in excitement. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to see a heaven puppet reappear in this world in his lifetime. Not only that, for heaven puppets had been awakened at once. Yi Hen felt hot blood boiling in his heart. He felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. "How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." Lu Yen glared at Chiozei hatefully, her small face filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Chiozei for slapping her into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands together, and an almost imperceptible will suddenly gushed out. The next moment, the four heaven puppets suddenly moved, each occupying a corner and sealing off the area. "Four heaven puppets kill." Lu Yen cried out. An invisible connection connected the four heaven puppets. A fierce power gushed out from the heaven puppets and poured into the sealed area, forming a murderous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Chiozei was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar as he trembled uneasily. In front of this complex power, he felt that he, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Chi, the invisible power, cut Chiozei's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood, and his bones were exposed. He screamed in agony. The scene was extremely tragic. He begged for mercy loudly, but Lu Yen was unmoved. She activated the seal even more fiercely, and the murderous aura of the four heaven puppets became even more ferocious. In less than 10 breaths of time, Chiozei's flesh and blood were completely gone. All that was left was a skeleton that collapsed with a loud crash. Before Chiozei died, the cultivator of the major sects had already been scattered by the murderous aura of the four heaven puppets' kill. This four heaven puppets' kill seemed to be a formation set up with the four heaven puppets as the foundation. Even Chiozei couldn't withstand it for 10 breaths of time. So how could the others? Wan Hongba and the others exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 2346. The stench of blood soared into the sky. The sealed space had almost turned into a living hell. Shirt Song Ing had used some kind of trump card to not die immediately. Instead, he burned his blood essence madly as he struggled at death's door, but as the aura of death approached, he could only cry and plead, "Sect Master, I was wrong. Sect Master, please spare my life. I will definitely repent." At this moment, he finally understood that he had chosen the wrong side. If he had known that the heavenly puppets left behind by his ancestor were so powerful, how could he have betrayed them? He would have been even more enthusiastic than Yi Hen in studying the secret technique to control the heavenly puppets. But what was the point of thinking about this now? These 4 heavenly puppets hadn't even made a move when they appeared. All they had done was form a killing array, yet it was enough to wipe out the entire land of invasion. How could he live alone? He could only plead with Yi Hen, hoping that Yi Hen would spare his life for the sake of their friendship over the years. Lu Yen turned to look at Yi Hen and asked for his opinion. Yi Hen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "The moment you attacked me and opened the sect's mountain defending array, you were no longer a member of Thousand Leaves sect." Shirt Song Ing was shocked and shouted, "Master, this sure has been loyal to the sect all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Please spare my life, Sect Master." Yi Hen slowly shook his head and said to Lu Yen, "Young lady, please do it. I don't want to hear him speak again." If it was said that Shirt Song Ing had always been at odds with him due to their conflicting ideals, Yi Hen would not have killed him. After all, no matter what, Shirt Song Ing was still considering the future of the sect and finding a way out for the sect. Even if he had some selfish motives, it was only natural. Once upon a time, Yi Hen had also doubted whether it was right for him to adhere to the Tao of puppetry. However, he should never have taken the initiative to open the mountain defending array and allowed the sect's disciples to be slaughtered. If he let Shirt Song Ing go today, how could the thousands of disciples who had died rest in peace? Therefore, Shirt Song Ing had to die. Lu Yen gently nodded when she heard this. With a single move of her divine sense, the killing force of the 4 divine beasts blasted towards Shirt Song Ing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Shirt Song Ying's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, it swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even its bones remained. At this point, not a single cultivator who had invaded the Thousand Leaves sect remained. All of them had died in this valley. Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols' heavenly puppets slowly retracted their killing aura. They once again prostrated themselves on the ground, motionless. The smell of blood was extremely strong. The valley was silent. Yi Hen turned his head and looked around. Although he was gratified, he still looked sad. Thousand Leaves sect's losses were not small this time, and if not for Yang Kai's appearance at the last moment to delay them, even their foundation might have been destroyed. The only thing that made Yi Hen feel fortunate was that Yang Kai returned safely from the secret realm and even brought back the secret technique to control the heavenly centipedes. "Father," Yi Jinghan called out softly as she supported her aged father. Seeing his doddering appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Yi Hen waved his hand and cupped his fist towards Yang Kai. Yi Hen and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will never forget young Master Yang's kindness. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "There's no need to be so polite, Sect Master Yi. I didn't put in much effort." "It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop." While they were talking, he glanced at the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede, although using it to kill Chiozei, and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yang Kai was sure that the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause, he spoke again. I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sex matters. Yi Hen naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded. All right, all right. Jing Han, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sex matters. Yi Jinghan led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves Sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jinghan couldn't remain here. After she left, Chi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, "Let's talk in my room." A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Chi Yu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Shirtsong Ing sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Chi Yu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. Then, who is this little sister? Chi Yu looked at Lu Yen blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yen was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yan's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yen, Chi Yu, and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yen, but Lu Yen directly stood up and bowed. "Master servant, Lu Yen greets master." "Master? Servant?" Chi Yu looked at Yang Kai strangely and coldly snorted. "I didn't know that you had such a hobby." AI also looked at Yang Kai with a sarcastic expression and said, "Do Shuiyu and the others know about this?" Of these two, one was his mother-in-law, and the other was his father-in-law. Although they weren't family, they were still Yang Kai's elders. When they considered things, they would think from Shanqing Luo's and Shui Yu's perspectives. They were afraid that Yang Kai would change his mind after coming to the Flower astral boundary and forget about his companions in the territory of the Homeland Star. So their tone was harsh and threatening. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Lu Yen, the mental connection between us has been broken. From now on, you are free to do whatever you want. There's no need to call me that anymore." Lu Yen wrinkled her little nose and said, "Master doesn't want me anymore." Yang Kai said, "Of course not. What I mean is that since you are free now, you can do whatever you want in the future. If you are willing to follow me, that would be great, but if you want to act alone, that's up to you." After Lu Yen obtained the soul puppet, the mental connection between her and Yang Kai was broken. So Lu Yen was indeed free now. She had her own thoughts and body. It could be said that she was now a living person, just that the structure of her body was different from that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Yen thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, I choose to follow Master." "Master, please don't drive me away." Hua Qingxi glared at her and snorted, "How dare you? When did I drive her away?" Yang Kai looked wronged. After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Lu Yen, that soul puppet," as if knowing what Yang Kai was thinking before he could finish, Lu Yen sternly said, "Controlling the heavenly puppets consumes too much energy. It's not just me, but the heavenly puppets themselves. Just now, I estimate that it consumed at least 1,000,000 source crystals. Source crystals? 1,000,000? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Yen nodded and said, "Yes, there are a lot of source crystals stored in the heavenly puppets' bodies, so I can control them, and they must be high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 beast heavenly puppets had only taken action for less than 30 breaths of time, and they had only formed the all 4 beast slaughtering array. Even so, they had consumed 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, which was equivalent to 100,000,000 low-rank source crystals. What kind of concept was that? Although the heavenly puppets are powerful, they still need to have enough capital to use them, Lu Yen added. If that's the case, aren't those heavenly puppets just decorations in Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai estimated that Thousand Leaves sect definitely didn't have enough source crystals to make the heavenly puppets move again. So even if he gave them their secret arts and secret techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength. Of course not. Lu Yen shook his head and explained, the heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect have 2 sources of energy. One is the source crystal stored in their bodies, and the other is the earth veins of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai's expression changed. You mean the earth veins in the sealed world? Lu Yen said, that's right. Previously, you only repaired the sealed world's spirit array and didn't completely open the entrance, so you couldn't use the power of the earth veins. However, if the entrance is completely opened, the heavenly puppets will be able to use the power of the earth veins to move. At that time, the amount of source crystals consumed will be greatly reduced, so Thousand Leaves sect should be able to afford it. After a pause, she continued, but if Master wants to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets to play with, you can only use source crystals to make them move. Understood. Yang Kai gently nodded. If he took the heavenly puppets with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the power of the earth veins, but he had the earth vein orb, which was right below the medicine garden, and he also had a lot of source crystals. So, even if he knew that the consumption was huge, Yang Kai still wanted to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets with him. These things could display the strength of the Emperor realm, so they were definitely good things. After an hour, everyone left Yang Kai's residence and returned to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Today's battle had made Chi Yu and the others realize that their cultivation was insufficient. In the territory of Homeland Star, each of them was an overlord, and the cultivation star they were on would tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, in the star boundary, they were just insignificant characters. They desperately wanted to increase their strength. Chapter 2347. In his room, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet to check on the condition of the soul-devouring insects. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring insects in today's battle. It could even be said that they had exceeded his expectations. These insects were definitely a powerful weapon in group battles. Even the masters of the Third Order Tao Source Realm were unable to resist their siege. If they were nurtured for a while longer and evolved again, perhaps even the Emperor Realm would have to retreat. However, the time required to nurture the soul-devouring insects was too long, and the consumption was definitely not small. Yang Kai needed to buy a large amount of spirit grasses and throw them into the insect enslavement bracelet, so that this Emperor artifact could transform the medicinal efficacies of these spirit grasses into nutrients suitable for the growth of the soul-devouring insects. This kind of thing could not be rushed. The soul-devouring insects were ranked very high in the exotic insect book and were ranked 11th on the heaven list. Yang Kai also had many other exotic insects in his insect enslavement bracelet. Although they were not ranked as high as the soul-devouring insects, they should still be able to play a significant role. Yang Kai felt that if he had the time in the future, he should find an opportunity to study the exotic insects sealed in the insect enslavement bracelet. Who knows, he might be able to use them at some point in time. In today's battle, the soul-devouring insects had devoured a lot of the cultivator's soul and source chi, and seemed to have grown a little, but it was not obvious. However, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised that the soul-devouring insects could now even devour source chi. In the past, the soul-devouring insects could only devour spiritual energy. From the looks of it, they had indeed grown a lot. 3 days later, Yi Hen came to visit. Yang Kai naturally received him warmly. The situation in Thousand Leaves sect had been settled, and the dead and injured disciples had all been properly taken care of. Although Thousand Leaves sect had suffered heavy losses this time, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The new faction led by Shirt Song Ing had been completely annihilated, leaving only the disciples and elders who were loyal to the sect. Now that the entire Thousand Leaves sect was of one mind, and they had Tian Ho under their command, it was only a matter of time before they would be able to restore their former glory. Yi Hen had yet to recover from his injuries. The battle a few days ago had cost him a lot. When Yang Kai saw him, his face was still pale, and his aura was unstable. Yi Jinghan had been by his side the entire time. Yang Kai also knew why Yi Chong was looking for him, so he didn't say anything after taking a seat. He directly handed over the ring that Yi Chong had given him. Yi Hen took it with trembling hands and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, hoping that he would give her the answer she wanted to hear. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the ring that Senior Yi Chong gave me. There should be many cultivation techniques and secret arts of your sect in it." Yi Hen heard this. His body trembled as tears streamed down his face. The wish of his ancestors for tens of thousands of years had finally been realized in his generation. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss and said in surprise, "Young Master Yang, you said earlier that it was Ancestor Yi Chong who gave you this ring? Could it be?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Senior Yi Chong is already dead. I only communicated with a strand of his divine sense that he left behind. He instructed me to bring this ring to you." After listening to Yang Kai's description of what happened in the sealed world, Yi Hen's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Ancestor Yi Chong actually dabbled in the corpse puppet Tao." This, if not for Yang Kai's words, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The corpse puppet technique was a forbidden technique in Thousand Leaves sect, so why would Yi Chong research it? Furthermore, he had actually refined Yi Hen into a corpse puppet. However, Yang Kai clearly had no reason to lie to him. The fact that he brought Yi Chong's ring out and gave it to Yi Hen was enough to explain everything. After being in a daze for a long time, Yi Hen stood up and bowed. "Young Master Yang has shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi Hen will never forget this. Please accept this bow from this Yi Hen." Yi Jinghan also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai helped him up and said, "Sect Master Yi is being too serious. It was just a small matter." Yi Hen knew that this wasn't a small matter. Yang Kai had entered the sealed world and encountered Yi Chong's corpse puppet, so he must have experienced an earth-shattering battle. However, Yang Kai didn't explain the details of the battle, so Yi Hen didn't know how dangerous it was. Young Master Yang will be a friend of Thousand Leaves sect in the future. If you have any requests, Thousand Leaves sect will definitely not refuse." Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Yi, you should first take a look at the things in this ring and see if they're what you think they are. All right." Yi Hen was also somewhat impatient to find out if the sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques were in this ring, so he immediately began to break the restrictions on the ring without any intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Yi Jinghan stood to the side, watching with both anticipation and apprehension. This ring could only be opened with the power of one's bloodline, so the restrictions weren't very hard to break. However, if one didn't have the power of one's bloodline to forcefully break the restrictions, the ring would immediately be destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, a streak of light flashed across the simple and unadorned space ring, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the restrictions had been broken. Yi Hen's divine sense surged, and he began to investigate the contents of the ring, his expression fluctuating endlessly. After a long while, Yi Hen retracted his divine sense and sighed heavily. "Father," Yi Jinghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression, thinking that the things in the ring had disappointed him, causing her face to instantly change. Yi Hen waved his hand and said, "The lost items are all here. Then why is father sighing like that?" Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Hen with a puzzled expression. It was a good thing that they had found the lost secret arts and secret techniques. This meant that Thousand Leaves sect had the capital to gradually grow stronger, and they would no longer be bullied and powerless in the future. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. "It's nothing. Jinghan, you can leave first. I have some things to discuss with young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded yes. After saying that, she nodded towards Yang Kai before slowly retreating. After Yi Jinghan left, Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression, as though he found it difficult to speak. "Sect Master Yi, you can speak frankly," Yang Kai said with a faint smile. Yi Hen said, "Then this Yi will offend you. May I ask what young Master Yang thinks of my daughter, Jinghan?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was amiss. However, he still replied truthfully, "Miss Yi has a firm and kind heart." Not bad. Having interacted with Yi Jinghan for a period of time, Yang Kai still had a good impression of her despite not having a deep relationship with her. "How much does my daughter's appearance rate in young Master Yang's eyes?" Yi Hen asked again. Yang Kai thought to himself, "Is this old man for real?" After pondering for a moment, he said, "Those who love her will naturally think that she is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm afraid that Sect Master Yi won't be able to ask me about this. Why don't you ask Brother Du Xian?" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Cupping his fists, he said, "Young Master Yang, this Yi earnestly requests that you take my daughter as your wife and take over Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi heard that young Master Yang doesn't belong to a sect. This Yi is willing to—" Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said indifferently, "Sect Master Yi, I can't break up an affectionate couple. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining Thousand Leaves sect." Yi Hen smiled bitterly. Young Master Yang must think that this old master is a snobbish person who would sacrifice his daughter's future happiness for his own selfish desires. However, this old master doesn't have much time left. There is no one in Thousand Leaves sect who is qualified for the position of sect master. If this old master passes away, where will the sect go? Yang Kai frowned. Du Xian is a good successor. Yi Hen sighed. Du Xian is indeed a good child, but his cultivation is still not enough. Yang Kai smiled. Du Xian is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. May I ask how high Sect Master Ye's cultivation was when he took over as Sect Master? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking back to when he took over as Sect Master, he was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Du Xian was a minor realm higher than him at that time. Yang Kai continued, "What's more, your noble sect's heavenly puppets can be controlled again. There are no masters within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, so what is Sect Master Yi afraid of?" Yi Hen's eyes gradually brightened as he nodded. Young Master Yang is right. Since the heavenly puppets can be controlled again, what is this old master afraid of? It's just that this old master doesn't have much time left. If this old master had 10 more years, this old master would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly have nothing to fear. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Does Sect Master Yi think that 10 years is enough for you to break through to the Emperor realm?" Yi Hen smiled. "This old master's secret art is flawed. Now that I have obtained the things left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong, if I can't break through to the Emperor realm in 10 years, wouldn't this old master have lived in vain?" Being able to break through to the third order Dao source realm despite cultivating a flawed secret art, Yang Kai understood that Yi Hen's aptitude was definitely top-notch. It was just that he was born into a poor family. Now that he had obtained the lost secret art, it was enough to make up for that flaw. 10 years might really be enough for him to break through to the Emperor realm. It's a pity this old master doesn't have that much time. Yi Hen sighed heavily, feeling sad for his troubled fate. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let Yang Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear, and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hen stood up and said, "I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai said, "Since that's the case, please take care. Sect Master Yi." After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Sect Master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time." Yi Hen smiled. "It's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance." Yi Hen had made this trip for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this. And secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hen was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Lu Yan, as if he did not see Lu Yan controlling Tian Ho. He also did not ask about Lu Yan's origins, or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 2348. After sending Yi Hen off, Yang Kai greeted Qi Yu and the others before entering secluded cultivation. The cultivation of Qi Yu and the others was still too low. If they wanted to cultivate, they needed pills, so Yang Kai entered secluded cultivation to refine some pills for them. During this time, he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, enough to refine enough pills for Qi Yu and the others to cultivate to the Emperor realm. This was especially true for source condensing pills, which were extremely important to Qi Yu and the others. Inside Yang Kai's room, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the furnace. Yang Kai was completely immersed in his alchemy. His level of alchemy had always been on par with his cultivation, so he rarely needed to buy pills since he started cultivating. He could refine the pills he needed and was self-sufficient. After advancing to the third order Dao source realm in the Thousand Leaves sex sealed world, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills were becoming more and more proficient. He could usually refine 7 or 8 source condensing pills in a single furnace, and if he was lucky, he could even refine 9 source condensing pills. One had to know that even if an emperor-grade alchemist personally refined source condensing pills, they could only refine 9 source condensing pills in a single furnace. 9 was the limit, and it was also the maximum number of source condensing pills in a single furnace. Not only that, but the quality of the source condensing pills he refined was also extremely good. Almost 1/10 of the total number of source condensing pills had formed pill veins. This was the case for source condensing pills, and it was the same for other spirit pills. During the first month of his secluded cultivation, Yang Kai still had to pay attention to the control of the flames, the carving of the spirit arrays, and the timing of the herbs when he was refining. As time went by, refining Tao source grade spirit pills became as simple as eating and drinking for him. It was a completely subconscious action, and he didn't need to think too much about it. In his spare time while refining pills, he even had time to cultivate. Furnace after furnace of spirit pills were refined, and Yang Kai's alchemy skills rose sharply. At the same time, his newly promoted third-order Tao source realm cultivation also slowly stabilized. He was no longer as superficial as before. After the second month, Yang Kai had consumed all the Tao source grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had on him and refined them into pills. By the third month, he had already started using emperor grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills. After experimenting with more than a dozen batches of herbs, he finally managed to refine a furnace of emperor grade low-rank spirit pills. The appearance of this furnace of emperor grade low-rank spirit pills meant that Yang Kai's alchemy level had truly entered the realm of an emperor-grade alchemist. It was just that he was still not very skilled at the level of an emperor-level alchemist. He needed a large amount of spirit herbs to practice. But even so, an emperor-grade alchemist was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. As long as Yang Kai leaked this news, there wouldn't be a single sect that wouldn't rush to recruit him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that he was an emperor-grade alchemist. From beginning to end, he had only studied alchemy for the sake of his own cultivation. He had never thought about how far he would go on the path of alchemy. Being able to grow to this extent could only be said to be a coincidence. If he was really roped in by a large sect, then he wouldn't have time to cultivate in the future. He would have to deal with herbs all day long, and then refine pills for those large sects. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly alchemy tone he had triggered on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, was the fundamental reason why he could become an emperor-grade alchemist. Without that heavenly alchemy tone, he would never have been able to grow to this extent. The heavenly voice of the Tao of alchemy had been taught to him by the heavenly Tao. It had taught him many of the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of alchemy that had been born since the beginning of the world. His current pill condensing technique, the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method, was precisely because of that opportunity that he had comprehended. After being promoted to an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai began to use a batch of special spirit herbs to refine pills. This batch of special spirit herbs was the one he had obtained from Thousand Leaves' sex-sealed world. It was a batch of spirit herbs obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley, because they grew in Emperor Heaven Valley all year round. Each of them had absorbed the Emperor intent and Emperor aura of Emperor Heaven Valley. Spirit pills refined from this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits would definitely perfectly inherit the Emperor intent and Emperor aura. In other words, if one took these spirit pills, they would be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of Emperor intent and Emperor aura from the inside out. It could help a cultivator in the third order Tao source realm comprehend the Emperor realm's realm. The effects of the spirit pills themselves were secondary. Whether it was himself or Hua Qingxi, they were both cultivators in the third order Tao source realm, so they were extremely thirsty for these special spirit pills. Yang Kai spent half a month refining this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits into spirit pills. He divided them into several portions, taking one portion for himself and leaving the other portions for Hua Qingxi and the others. This was the first time Yang Kai had gone into seclusion for nearly 4 months to refine spirit pills. In the past, he had always gone into seclusion to cultivate. Even if he occasionally went into seclusion to refine spirit pills, it would not be for such a long time. After coming out of seclusion, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Hua Qingxi and the others were nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they had gone. However, the rich world energy that filled the air made him excited. Compared to 4 months ago, the density of world energy in Thousand Leaves sect had undoubtedly risen by several levels, although it could not compare to his sealed world bead or the world energy inside the sealed world. It had indeed improved by a lot. Yang Kai guessed that this was because the entrance to the sealed world had been completely opened. Yi Jinghan had told him before that the sealed world was the source of Thousand Leaves sect's world energy. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Yang Kai had repaired the world crossing space array, Yi Hen had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Yang Kai's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Yang Kai had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Yang Kai could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly ho! Yang Kai raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly ho before, Yang Kai would have thought that it was a 13th order monster beast, but at this moment, he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly ho. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips, "Little white is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. "Well done." He had been thinking about how to ask Yi Hen about getting 1 or 2 heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves sect to play with, but he did not expect Yi Hen to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's wasn't his, but this name, why is it Little White again? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Mo Xiaoqi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiao Bai, Xiao He, Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, Xiao Huang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yan jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. "This isn't that white tiger. This is another one." "Ha!" Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. "Why don't you want that white tiger?" Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yan said, "The 4 symbols heavenly puppets are the sect-guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away." Yang Kai asked, then how strong can this little white be? A first-order emperor, realm master. If I push myself to the limit, Lu Yen answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Isn't there anything more powerful? Lu Yen thought for a while, then said, there is. After a pause, she continued matter-of-factly, but none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange. I don't like them. What's the use of being good-looking? Yang Kai was about to die of anger. Strength is king. Lu Yan's face sank, and she snorted. If I had a face full of pockmarks and disgusted you in front of you every day, how would you feel? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he was speechless. He suddenly felt that Lu Yan's words made a lot of sense. Forget it. If it's a first-order emperor, realm master, then so be it. It's better than nothing. Yang Kai sighed, feeling that such a great opportunity had been missed by Lu Yan. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yi Hen to exchange for another one now, and Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do so. It was already very generous of Yi Hen to give Lu Yan one. Lu Yan said, don't underestimate it. Little White runs very fast. Who knows, it might be able to save your life. Yang Kai chuckled. I'd like to know why Yi Hen gave this to you. Because I taught him how to control puppets. Lu Yan smiled faintly. Lu Yan smiled faintly. Her soul puppet body was innately capable of controlling all the puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, so she was more than qualified to be Yi Hen's teacher in this regard, saving Yi Hen many years of fumbling around. Yi Hen was grateful, so he naturally gave her one. What about the others? They'll be back soon. They've been helping Thousand Leaves sect rebuild. As they spoke, Yang Kai saw Chi Yu and the others flying over. After a short while, everyone landed one by one. After seeing Yang Kai, they were naturally overjoyed and came up to him to ask about his seclusion. Yang Kai answered them one by one. He found that Chai, whose cultivation had completely recovered, rising from the Origin King realm to the Tao Source realm. It seemed that the poison in his body had been completely removed. Chapter 2349. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Chi Yu, and the others sat in a circle listening to them talk about what had happened in the past few months. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ever since the day Chiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble but was completely wiped out, this shocking news spread like wildfire. The sects who had suffered great losses and lost their elites were all terrified. A few days later, these sects sent people over to beg for peace, pushing all the blame onto those who died, and saying that they knew nothing about what had happened. Of course, this was nonsense. Even a fool wouldn't believe these excuses. However, these sects had all brought a lot of resources, saying that they wanted to make up for Thousand Leaves sect's losses in that battle. Moreover, they wanted to rely on Thousand Leaves sect, so Yi Hen didn't kill them all. If it were before, Thousand Leaves sect definitely wouldn't have had the strength and confidence to subdue these sects, but now that Tian Ho had appeared, the sect had many people from the Emperor realm guarding it, who would dare to provoke them within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Yi Hen made the decision to agree to their request to join Thousand Leaves sect and let them go. In other words, Thousand Leaves sect was now the only overlord within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. One could imagine that after occupying such a large territory, Thousand Leaves sect's development would definitely flourish. Someone from Sky Illumination Palace came as well. Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Chi Yu replied, they came. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder came personally and brought a lot of things. He's afraid that Sect Master Yi will eliminate them completely. Yang Kai smiled. Then Chiu Yu is willing? Chiu Zhe is his father. Chiu, you probably won't let him die in Thousand Leaves sect, right? Guizhou replied. So what if he's not willing? Sky Illumination Palace wants to curry favor with Thousand Leaves sect. They've already expelled Chiu. They even crippled his cultivation. Now, he's no longer the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He's just a person waiting for death. Yang Kai sneered. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder is truly vicious and merciless. Yang Kai didn't know who this third elder was, but he guessed that he was afraid that Chiu would seek revenge in the future. So he crippled Chiu's cultivation and expelled him from Sky Illumination Palace. There was nothing wrong with what he did. If they wanted to protect Sky Illumination Palace, they could only show weakness to Thousand Leaves sect. Chiu was Chiu's only son, and since his father had died in Thousand Leaves sect, he naturally had to avenge Chiu. Thinking back to a few months ago, Chiu was still flushed with success, but after a few months he had actually become a stray dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. If it weren't for Chiu and the others being too overbearing, how could those sects have fallen to such a state? Young boy, we have something we want to discuss with you, AI suddenly said. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at them in confusion. Chiu and the others glanced at each other before Gu Songyun said, Big brother, please speak. Guizhou nodded and said, It's like this. The few of us had a simple discussion. I wonder what sect master thinks about joining Thousand Leaves sect. You want to join the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai raised his brows. Guizhou said, That's right. Sect Master Yi had also mentioned this to us before, but we didn't agree because you hadn't come out of seclusion yet, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked, Do you really want to join? Chiu smiled bitterly and said, Ever since we entered the star boundary, we've been suffering from the cold and warmth of the world. We've thought about joining a sect before, but we lacked strength and connections. Now that Sect Master Yi has personally invited us, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Gu Songyun said, Sect Master Yang, you haven't joined a sect yet, so you should know the difficulties of cultivating alone. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Although his path had been smooth, he didn't have the convenience of being a sect disciple. So it was understandable that Chiu and the others wanted to join Thousand Leaves sect. After pondering for a moment, he said, This is a good thing. Sect Master Yi has personally invited you, which shows his sincerity. Since you're all interested, it's fine for you to stay. Previously, he was still thinking about how to settle Guizhou and the others in the future. Originally, he was wondering if he should bring them to Azure Sun Temple, but he wasn't a very important person in Azure Sun Temple, so it would be inappropriate to rashly ask when Zishan to take them in. Even though Yang Kai knew that when Zishan would definitely not refuse if he asked, joining Azure Sun Temple through the back door would definitely be looked down upon. Azure Sun Temple was not a small sect. However, Yi Hen's invitation surprised him a little. Thousand Leaves sect could be considered to have many things to do now, and it was in need of people. Moreover, the future was bright, so it was not a bad idea for Chiu and the others to stay here. Just by restoring the entrance to the sealed world and bringing back the lost secret arts and secret techniques to Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen would definitely not mistreat his friends in the future. Do you agree? Chiu asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is a matter between the seniors. Why would I disagree? What about you? Where are you going? AI looked at him and asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, I want to look for Xiao Xiao of his companions who came from the territory of Homeland Star, except for the fallen Wu Dao. The others had been found. Only Xiao Xiao's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai was very worried. Every day that he couldn't find Xiao Xiao was a day that Yang Kai couldn't rest easy. How are you going to find him? Chiu frowned slightly. I don't know. I may have to go to Netherworld Sect and look for Yin Lusheng. Maybe he knows something. When they came out of the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, landed near Blue Feather Sect, and were then forced to join Blue Feather Sect together. Chi Yu and the others landed near Sky Crane City. According to this, Xiao Xiao might be with Yin Lusheng, who also came from Great Desolate Star. If he could find Yin Lusheng, he might be able to find some clues about Xiao Xiao. He still remembered that Yin Lusheng said that he was a disciple of Netherworld Sect. There was a Netherworld Sect in the territory of Great Desolate Star, and there was also a Netherworld Sect in the Star Boundary. It was just that he didn't know where the Netherworld Sect in the Star Boundary was, so he needed to make some inquiries. You must be careful. Qing Luo and the others are still waiting for you. Chi Yu warned with a solemn expression. They had met Yin Lusheng before and knew that Netherworld Sect should be a big sect in the Star Boundary. Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng had a grudge against each other in the Starlight Corridor, so if they met again, the other party would definitely not let it go. What's more, Yin Lusheng also knew that Yang Kai was a Star Master and wanted to snatch his star's source. Star's source was a rare thing in the Star Boundary. It could help a cultivator gain insight into principal strength, so anyone would be jealous. I understand. Yang Kai smiled slightly. For them, I will never put myself in danger. Afterward, Yang Kai took out the spirit pills he had refined during this period of time and handed them to Chi Yu and the others, leaving behind a large number of source crystals for them. These were all things that Chi Yu and the others urgently lacked. Although they knew that Yang Kai might be doing well, seeing him take out so many spirit pills and source crystals still surprised everyone. Thinking back to a year ago, in order to buy source condensing pills, they had entered and exited all kinds of dangerous places, killing monster beasts in exchange for source crystals, and then using source crystals to buy source condensing pills. But even so, they could only buy a few dozen at a time. These dozens of source condensing pills had to be divided equally among several people. So each person would receive less than 10 pills, which would be consumed in a few days. After that, they would have to go out again to hunt monster beast, repeating the cycle over and over again. But now, Yang Kai had taken out more than a few thousand source condensing pills. Such a large number of spirit pills was enough for them to convert all their strength into source chi. There were also a variety of other cultivation pills, many of which had formed pill veins. Chai, who was especially shocked, only now realizing that Yang Kai's alchemy level was actually so high. An hour later, Yang Kai went to pay a visit to Yi Hen. Yi Hen seemed to be in seclusion, but when he heard that Yang Kai had come, he happily came out to welcome him. After the two took a seat, Yi Hen hurriedly said, "This he should have been the one to pay a visit to young Master Yang, but young Master Yang unexpectedly came by himself. This Yi has been impolite." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Sect Master Yi is too polite. After ordering for tea to be served, Yi Hen asked, "I wonder what instructions young Master Yang has for coming to find this Yi this time." Although Thousand Leaves Sect had become the overlord of this area, and Yi Hen's status had also risen, he still did not get carried away and maintained his humble attitude in front of Yang Kai. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai knew that Yi Hen was definitely not an ungrateful person, so he was completely relieved that Chi Yu and the others had chosen to stay here. "I don't dare give you any instructions, but my seniors have told me that they wish to stay in Thousand Leaves Sect. I've come here to ask Sect Master Yi to take care of us in the future," Yang Kai said warmly. Yi Hen laughed heartily. "Young Master Yang is treating me like an outsider." The reason why Thousand Leaves Sect was able to rise from the brink of death was all because of young Master Yang's efforts, not to mention taking care of them. Even if young Master Yang wanted the position of Sect Master, this Yi would not even frown. "This old man still wants me to marry into his family?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart before waving his hand. "I won't be staying I still have things to do. Hearing this, Yi Hen didn't show much of a reaction. Perhaps what he said just now was just a final test. So he simply laughed heartily. Then this you won't say anything else. I only hope that young Master Yang can visit Thousand Leaves sect more often in the future. Thousand Leaves sect will definitely welcome you. Since Chi Yu and the others were staying here, Yang Kai would definitely come. Yang Kai had great potential, so there was no mistake in building a good relationship with him. Although Yi Hen was old, his eyesight was very sharp, so he naturally understood this. Naturally, Yang Kai smiled, slightly before changing the topic. Last time, I heard Sect Master Yi say that if you were given 10 years, you would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realms. Hearing this, Yi Hen's expression turned solemn. Last time, this Yi misspoke. HM? Yang Kai was stunned. Yi Hen proudly declared, if this Yi had 5 more years, this Yi would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. The secret arts and secret techniques left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong are extremely useful to this Yi, and the more this Yi comprehended them, the more I felt that I gained. If I could completely comprehend them, I might not even need 5 years. Unfortunately, at this point, he sighed, I don't know if this old master can last that long with his current body. Chapter 2350. Yi Hen was already at the end of his life, and the last battle had worsened his physical condition, so what he said was not a lie. If he could break through the shackles and break through to the Emperor realm before his death, there would naturally be no need to worry about his lifespan. At that time, his lifespan would also increase, but if he could not break through, then he could only return to the earth. Right now, he only hated that time did not wait for him. However, he couldn't blame others for this and could only sigh at his own bad luck. If he had met Yang Kai a few years earlier, perhaps he would have been an emperor of the Emperor realm by now. Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out a jade box. Slowly pushing it in front of Yi Hen, this spirit pill should be of some help to Sect Master Yi. This is... Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had suddenly taken out a spirit pill for him. But he obviously knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he didn't dare neglect, and quickly took it and opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a Longan-sized spirit pill with an inexplicable halo flowing around it. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yi Hen's nose. Smelling this pill fragrance, Yi Hen's expression froze as she inexplicably felt that she had become much younger. He cried out involuntarily, Young Master Yang, what kind of pill is this? Although he had never seen this kind of spirit pill before, just the pill fragrance alone was enough to make him feel this way. So this spirit pill was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Yang Kai could even refine a heaven-defying treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill. So how could his skills be bad? I wonder if Sect Master Yi has heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Yang Kai asked unhurriedly. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Yi Hen raised his brow, his body trembling as he exclaimed, This is the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yang Kai looked at his reaction. Obviously, he knew about the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Inside the star boundary, there were many treasures that could prolong one's life, but all of them were legendary and extinct, not to mention Yi Hen, who was in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Even those in the Emperor realm couldn't obtain them. Yi Hen knew that he was nearing the end of his life and had thought of looking for these life-prolonging pills. However, there were no clues about these things. Even if there were clues, it would not be up to Yi Hen to look for them. Many from the Emperor realm had already gone to fight for it. Therefore, Yi Hen had resigned himself to his fate. During this period of time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques that he had lost and recovered, hoping to break through his shackles and become an emperor before he died of old age. Even if he didn't manage to break through, he wanted to leave behind some insights for Yi Jinghan so that she wouldn't have to take any detours. But at this moment, there was a flowing time great emperor pill in front of Yi Hen. He had a detailed understanding of what kind of pills could prolong one's life in the astral boundary. So he naturally knew the effects of the flowing time great emperor pill. Strictly speaking, the flowing time great emperor pill did not have the effect of prolonging one's life, as it was unable to increase a person's lifespan. Its main effect was to cause the body of the person who consumed it to regress by a few decades. In other words, after consuming this flowing time great emperor pill, Yi Hen's body would regress by a few decades. This could be considered as a form of life prolonging in disguise. Of course, there was a huge limitation to this regress. It was impossible for it to completely remove the injuries of the person who consumed it. If it could cause injuries to regress by a few decades before being removed, then the effects of the flowing time great emperor pill would be too heaven-defying. As for the flowing time great emperor pill that Yang Kai had taken out, it had the effect of at least 50 years. Yi Hen simply could not believe that he would encounter such a good thing, just as he was complaining about how time did not wait for him, and how he did not have enough time to fulfill his ambitions. Yang Kai gave him a flowing time great emperor pill. For a moment, he was so excited that he could not control himself. He did not suspect Yang Kai at all. This was because he knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Four Seasons realm and the Flowing Time Temple. The main ingredient of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, the Flowing Time Great Emperor Fruit, came from the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai had obviously obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor Fruit before, which was why he was able to refine this spirit pill. Although the effects of this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill only lasted for a few decades, for the current Yi Hen, this spirit pill was the best spirit pill in the world. Even if he had to give up everything he had, he would be willing to buy it. Yet Yang Kai had directly given it to him. Wasn't this the so-called timely help? With this Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill, what did he need to worry about? He only needed to enter seclusion for a few years and then break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, he was 90% sure that he would succeed. A beautiful future was slowly unfolding in front of him, and he could almost see the moment when he led Thousand Leaves sect to its former glory. After being excited for a while, Yi Hen slowly calmed down. After standing up, he bowed deeply to Yang Kai. Yi Hen has repeatedly received great kindness from young Master Yang, and is unable to repay it. Yi Hen hereby swears that Yi Hen and Thousand Leaves sect will treat young Master Yang as our best friend. If you have any requests in the future, Yi Hen will not refuse. If I violate this oath, Yi Hen and the descendants of the Yi family will be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Yi Hen made this oath very quickly and resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. Before Yang Kai could react, Yi Hen had already finished swearing the oath. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pour into Yi Hen's body, branding his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yi, there's no need to do this. He clearly knew what Yi Hen's oath was about. It was a great heart demon oath, and Yi Hen swore it with his own Dao foundation. There was no possibility of him going back on it in the future, and if he violated it, he would really be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Moreover, this great heart demon oath was not only related to him, but also Yi Jinghan and the future descendants of the Yi family. The reason why Yang Kai took out the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill and gave it to Yi Hen was mainly because Qi Yu and the others were here. Although Thousand Leaves sect's Tian, Ho could now be used. Thousand Leaves sect's greatest weakness was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, so it was inevitable that others would underestimate them. From Qi Yu and the others' point of view, Yang Kai also hoped that Yi Hen would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai had refined the flowing time Great Emperor fruit into a flowing time Great Emperor pill a few days ago, and made up his mind to give one to Yi Hen. How could he have imagined that Yi Hen would actually reciprocate in such a way? Yi Hen slowly shook his head. Young Master Yang has given my Yi family and Thousand Leaves sect a new lease of life, so what harm is there in making a simple oath? Rest assured, young Master Yang, this old master will take good care of Chi Yu and the others. I won't let them lose a single hair. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. With Yi Hen's great heart demon oath, Yang Kai was completely relieved. He knew that unless Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, Chi Yu and the others would definitely not be in any danger. With Thousand Leaves sect's current foundation, unless the top sects personally took action, no one would be able to destroy them. By the way, Sect Master Yi, I would like to ask you about something. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Yi Hen replied, Young Master Yang, feel free to speak your mind. May I ask how much Sect Master Yi knows about a sect called the Netherworld Sect? 3 days later, Yang Kai set off from Thousand Leaves Sect. After Yi Hen obtained the flowing time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately went into seclusion. It was likely that he could not wait to refine the medicinal efficacies before continuing to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. Yi Jinghan, Chi Yu, and the others sent Yang Kai off, sending him off 1,000 kilometers away. Chi Yu and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. After all, they had finally reunited in the star boundary, yet Yang Kai was about to leave again. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai was concerned about Xiao Xiao, so they did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Yang Kai naturally kept this advice in mind. In the wilderness, Yang Kai came to a stop, glanced at the crowd, and said, Everyone, go back. I'll come to see you another day. Gui Zhu grinned meaningfully. Sect Master, you have to be well. We're all waiting for you to establish another sect in the star boundary. When that time comes, we'll all go and help you. Yang Kai nodded. That day will come. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chai, who, a complicated look on his face. Senior Chai, who, do you want to do it, or should I? His questions seemed to come out of nowhere. However, no one showed any astonishment on their faces, as though they knew what he meant. Chai, who gave a faint sigh before replying, Let me do it. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Yang. Then, I'll bid you farewell here. We'll definitely meet again in the future. Yang Kai cupped his fists before summoning his wooden boat and flying off into the distance. Right at this moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from behind a small mound nearby. Wrapped in this stream of light was a delicate figure. At a glance, one could tell that it was a woman. As soon as this person came out, she waved a long sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Yang Kai while shouting, I'll kill you. Yang Kai shot an indifferent glance at her, sighing softly in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against her. The person who had ambushed him here and wanted to kill him by surprise was Luo Bing. After not seeing her for a few months, Luo Bing no longer had her former beauty and innocence. Now, she looked exhausted, her beautiful eyes were dim, and her aura was unstable. Her clothes were no longer bright, and her face was covered in dust. It was obvious that she hadn't had a good time in the past few months. She was Luo Jin's daughter, and Luo Jin had done many bad things when he was in charge of Sky Crane City. Now that Luo Jin was dead, the people who had been bullied in Sky Crane City naturally wanted to take revenge. Now that Luo Jin was dead, they naturally wanted to find Luo Bing. Fortunately, Luo Bing was a good person, and some of the city lord's mansion's guards were loyal to her, so they protected her as she escaped from Sky Crane City. However, she had been hiding all this time and hadn't had a single day of peace. She had always been Sky Crane City's little princess, and she was used to living like a prince. Now that her life had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, she was at a loss. Luo Bing didn't know where she had heard the news that her father had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so she had set up an ambush here to kill Yang Kai and avenge Luo Jin. However, her cultivation was only at the First Order Origin King realm, while Yang Kai and his companions were all Dao Source realm cultivators, so they could sense her aura as soon as they arrived here. The reason why no one pointed it out was because they all knew her identity. The sword light was bright, but Luo Bing's sword didn't carry the slightest murderous intent. Her beautiful eyes were gloomy. Obviously, she knew that it was unrealistic for her to kill Yang Kai with her current strength. She had set up an ambush here just to seek death, and she was hoping that Yang Kai would kill her out of anger. However, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would just take a glance at her and ignore her. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.